So it cannot be the same government to come and say that maybe we made a mistake. I don't think that does apply. You know, it's resemblant. We had a debate here about the teachers. Science teachers vis-a-vis the arts teachers. Science teachers earn about 4 times more than the arts teachers. And some of us have been saying, we are not saying that now reduce the salary of the science teachers, because they deserve a good pay. But increase the salary of the arts teachers too, so that there is equity. So what we want now is for government to rectify something that it had already done right, because they deserve a good pay. And we were happy that government had enhanced their pay. All of a sudden now, government is retracting on that. Why? So that we don't even go through court, back and forth, because you see, even with the court processes, the AG knows this matter can take donkey's years. We are simply appealing to government. Please rectify. You enhanced these people's salaries. That was a good thing. Because they have been to school, you keep saying, the more you study, there should be rewards for education. So they have gone to school, studied this and so on, you enhance their pay, and then you're cutting it back. Why? Let government rectify that, so that we even avoid the whole drama of court, back and forth. That will take donkey's years, AG, you know. Please advise government, because you're the chief government advisor. And chief legal government advisor. Yes, when you make a promise and you fulfill it, don't backtrack on it. Let's get back to what it should be.
And AG, as you give the legal advice to government, I think the matter that this House has talked about, the Salary Review Commission, should really come in forth. Because we've been talking about that commission over and over, and it has not taken off. Yes, Honorable Silas.
Right Honorable Speaker, related to those aspects of salaries to the police, there is something that I got to learn of recent, that even money that we are supposed to be giving DPCs for fuel, of recent, they were budgeting it at 2 million. These days they have cut it down. That's what I've learned. Down to 1 million. This month it comes, next month it doesn't come, 3 months it's not there, 1 month it comes, and I would request through your seat that you ask the minister responsible to come and give a statement on this matter, because the work of police is so critical to our future. Madam Speaker, the members of parliament should not be the ones funding the running of police. Let government do what it's supposed to do. We are even at the point that we are discussing a police matter, and the direct minister who is supposed to be responding to our questions is not there. That minister, I'm aware, is having more than 3 ministers. There is nobody to respond to us. We are nearly speaking to ourselves. Right Honorable Speaker, this is the pain that we take sometimes in this house. It is painful. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Elijah Goretti, Krista.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank Honorable Opendi and the members who have spoken to this. This matter must be taken seriously. We have seen of recent how policemen have been committing suicide. Others have been robbing the places they are guarding. Others have killed their wives. This could be possibly the reason. Yeah. They even killed the minister. So we shouldn't take these things lightly. But you can't joke with the person who is holding the gun. I think that's where government must come up seriously and solve this. Prime Minister needs to be solved. Thank you.
Goretti. Kristen.
Right Honorable Speaker, as the Deputy Chair Park Central, I want to remind colleagues that the Office of the Auditor General did a very good job on a consolidated payroll on the consolidated report on the payroll. We also have a consolidated report on pension and gratuity. However, the challenge we have is, if you look at the performance of the Treasury Memoranda, all the resolutions and recommendations of Parliament are implemented at 31%. How I wish Cabinet can take interest in the implementation of the Auditor General's report in regard to the consolidated payroll. There are so many issues even beyond what you are looking at, so many in different sectors. So let's not handle this in piecemeal. I do take concern of the police officers, but there are so many things that are messed up. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I kindly request that you give a deadline on when we should handle the consolidated report purely on the payroll and gratuity and pension. Otherwise, people are suffering out there, many of them.
Just remind you, she's a deputy chair. Vice Chair.
Right Honorable Speaker, I also add my voice to the armed officers who are demanding payment, especially those who came back from Somalia between 15th to 25th December. They said they belong to the battalion of the 39th Battalion. I am not good at that, but they communicate to us that way. But Right Honorable Speaker, I pray that we also get a pronouncement on the institutions that were rationalized by Parliament and were not approved by the President, especially the Forest and Tree Planting Act. What is in the community is that all staff that were contracted under NFA were laid off. They were told that the institution was rationalized, but in actual sense it has not been rationalized. It still has its money, and so we need to come out clearly on this and clear the air. If the President has not consented to this, let's come out and inform the public and confirm that the budget of that institution still exists and should do the work that was assigned to it. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Dorcas. Rosemary.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, while
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
I'd like to thank the Attorney General so much for the information that he has given, stating that they are working on the issue of the police officers together with the Minister of Public Service. We are so much concerned about the deadline.
There's a procedure matter.
I'm sorry to interrupt my colleague, but the procedure issue I am raising, we have colleagues one by one raising issues of soldiers who are returning from Somalia. We have 10 UPDF officers, 5 of them are here. We are talking about matters of their colleagues who they came to represent. They are quiet. What are they doing here? 5 of them, they came here to represent the army. It is other people talking about the problems of their colleagues. That's the procedure issue I am.
As members of Parliament, we represent all the people irrespective of whether they're in uniform. We are representatives of the people. So even if a member of Parliament raises it, he's still speaking for the people outside there.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I was talking about the issue of timeline. Yes, I know we have police officers out there, and for me, the fact that the category of people we are talking about, and I would like to thank Honorable Semuju for that procedural issue. For us, we felt so sad when not so long ago we lost the late Honorable Machu Duogo over the same issue.
Put the microphone a bit down.
And therefore, I would like to request that Attorney General should give us a timeline. When he's saying that they are working on this issue, public service is working on the issue, our people out there are so much concerned and would like to be comforted when we can hear about the timeline of when should we expect that this issue will be sorted. Thank you.
Thank you, Shema.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank you for advising government to harmonize wages for civil servants across board. Right Honorable Speaker, my concern is about teachers. We are sitting on a time bomb. Wherever you go, teachers, the arts teachers are discriminated. And they're like, what are our members doing? And to avoid this thing, I want to call upon government and even us as members of Parliament that, yes, much as we don't have enough resource, let's look into this issue of teachers, because our children are going to be half-baked. They are demoralized, and I understand, by the way, that they want to come up with a very, very strong strike. And when teachers strike, at the end of the day, it is our children that suffer. I think it is something that we should look into so that they are all handled
all civil servants are handled, including members of parliament, so that harmonization of wages and salaries is dealt with once and for all. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Government, we need harmonization of salaries, wages across the board. You've heard they are talking about police, army, and all the other civil servants, and we need a salary review commission.
Right Honorable Speaker, in our next meeting, the Minister will come here with a report on other issues that have been raised by the members of Parliament.
Thank you. That will be Tuesday. Next item.
Item 4 on the order paper. Motion for approval of the proposed annual budget for the financial year 2025-2026.
Thank you. There's a procedural matter.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you. The procedure issue I'm raising pertains to the live complaint you raised, castigating members for poor attendance. And it is one of the roles of the whips to ensure due attendance of members during these proceedings. But the snag comes with the committees. As we talk, a number of committees are active, including committees like COSASE are out in the field. The committee, joint committee, Defense, Internal Affairs, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs, Local Government, a number of them. I don't know whether this is happening with your knowledge or in defiance of your directive.
I think it is in defiance.
And that is the reason I'm saying, is it procedurally?
I am giving the last call that I want all members in the House.
Thank you.
Government Chief Whip. Honorable members.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. The procedure I'm raising also is that you suspended the House for 1 hour, and we came back thinking that everybody is here. Unfortunately, we are very few. Wouldn't it be procedure right that again you suspend for 5 minutes?
You can first go out for 10 minutes, then you come back as we continue. Honorable members, you'll recall, that is Nathan. Honorable members, you'll recall on 9th April, Nathan, sit. You sit. Honorable members, you'll recall that on 9th April 2025, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development moved the motion in this House. It was under the same motion that the reports of the Sectoral Committee on the ministerial policy statements of 2025 and 26 were presented. The reports were referred to the Budget Committee for harmonization in line with the Rule 156(2) of the Rules of Procedure. These reports were exhaustively discussed, debated upon, resolutions were arrived at, and sent for harmonization in the Budget Committee. The budget is now ready to report on its harmonized position, and I will now invite the chairperson to present his report. Remember, the motion was already moved, so we are waiting for your report, Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Before I present the report, I want to lay on table all the minutes of the harmonization and consolidation process for the last few days, as guided by you, Madam Speaker. I beg to lay.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, here is the Budget Committee report on the annual budget estimates for the financial year 2025-2026. dated May 2025. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, pursuant to Article 155 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and the Minister of Finance, Plan and Economic Development presented before Parliament the proposed annual budget estimates and work plans for the financial year 2025-26 on the 26th of March 2025, and a corrigenda to the annual estimates on the 13th of May 2025. In accordance with Article 155(4) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, Section 11 and Section 12(4) of the PFMA Act 2015, Cap 171, and rules, our new rules, Madam Speaker, Rule 155(2), 156(2), and 156(3) of our Rules of Procedure of Parliament, dated April 2025. The Budget Committee is mandated, among others, A, to examine, discuss, and review policies, programs, and the annual budget estimates, and where necessary, make appropriate recommendations to Parliament. B, to consider sector committee reports on the budget estimates referred to the committee by Parliament for reconciliation, harmonization, and consolidation. And Madam Speaker, in accordance with the guidance above and Rule 156(3), the Budget Committee therefore has examined, reconciled, harmonized, and consolidated the budget estimates of the government for the financial year 25-26, and now wishes to report, Madam Speaker. And the report, Madam Speaker, is structured in two major parts. Part A is the macro aspects of the budget. How is our economy this year? And part 2 is on the actual budget. Part A, macro aspects of the budget. As per the rules, legal compliance, semi-annual budget performance for the first half of 2024-25, and an overview of the annual budget estimates for financial year 2025-2026. Part B, Madam Speaker, is on the proposed adjustments to the annual budget estimates for the financial year 2025-26. Madam Speaker, I want to go quickly. Part 1.1 is on methodology and the various reports that we went through. There are 20 reports that we went through. Of significance, Madam Speaker, is the fourth National Development Plan, which runs from 2025-26 to 2029-2030, and the National Budget Framework Paper for 2025-2026 to 2029-2030, and other normal regular reports that we use in processing the budget. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, on legal compliance, the committee undertook a compliance assessment of our proposed budget against various legal requirements and observes as follows. 2.1, submission of budget documents to Parliament. The proposed annual budget for 25-26 was presented to Parliament on the 23rd of March 2025, which is consistent with Section 12(3) of the PFMA, that requires the Minister, on behalf of the President, to present the proposed annual budget of the financial year to Parliament by 1st of April. The proposed annual budget for financial year 25 was presented with most of the required documents, as per Section 12.7, 12.9a to 12.9c, 12 Part 10a to 10f, and 12.11a to f of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 171. However, a plan for the guarantees, one document of guarantees to be issued in the financial year was not provided. And Madam Speaker, I want to note that this is the second year running when the plan for the guarantees has not been provided to this House. The committee recommends that at an appropriate time, the Minister of Finance, Plan and Economic Development presents to the House the plan for guarantees to be issued in the financial year 2025-26, if any guarantees are going to be issued in the financial year 2025-26. Yesterday we made an exemption with the Bujagali, that's probably part of it. Part 2.2, consistent with the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility. Right, Honorable Speaker, on 27th January 2025, Parliament approved the second Charter for Fiscal Responsibility for the period 2021-22 to 2025-26. The CFR presents the following government's fiscal policy objectives to support the socio-economic transformation agenda while ensuring macroeconomic stability and fiscal sustainability for the period 2021 to 2025-26 for the Republic of Uganda. Objective 1 on the public debt. This is what the CFR says. A, that Uganda's total public debt in nominal terms is reduced to below 50% of GDP by the financial year 2025-26. Number B, total domestic debt interest payments to total revenues, excluding grants, is reduced to 12.5% by the financial year 25-26. And C, government may borrow from the Bank of Uganda only in accordance with Section 36(5)(a) and (b) of the PFMA 2015 as amended and Section 33 of the Bank of Uganda Act. Objective 2 of the CFR on fiscal balance. Number D, the overall fiscal balance, including runs, should gradually adjust to a deficit not exceeding 3% of non-oil GDP by the financial year 2025-26. That's the fiscal question we are talking about. Number E, the ratio of non-oil revenue to GDP shall grow by at least 0.5 percentage points on an annual basis. Number F, the growth rate in recurrent spending as a percent of GDP shall not exceed the growth rate of revenue, excluding oil revenue, as a percent of GDP. Objective number 3 of the CFR, Madam Speaker and colleagues, is on petroleum fund transfers to the budget and petroleum revenue investment reserve fund. This is what we agreed to. G, a maximum of oil revenue was 0.8% of the preceding year's estimated non-oil GDP outturn shall be transferred to the consolidated fund for budget operations. The balance shall be transferred to the petroleum revenue investment reserve for investment in accordance with the Public Finance Management as amended 2015. Accordingly, Madam and colleagues, a consistency assessment of the CFR against the annual budget estimates was undertaken by the committee as required by law, and the findings are as detailed in table 1 below. Colleagues, we sometimes miss this point. Can we, Madam Speaker, can colleagues listen? The CFR targeted against annual budget. Yes,
Chair, you continue. Nathan is just bored.
Yeah. Much obliged, Madam Speaker. Our total nominal GDP, our total nominal public debt to GDP was 52.3% in 2024-25. Our target for the coming financial year is 49.30, but in the budget projection is 53.34%. That means, colleagues, that for every 100 shillings we borrow, we pay out 53 and we remain with 47. But nobody is listening. Madam Speaker, total domestic...
Chair, members are listening. Please summarize your report.
Madam Speaker, I see that my brother here from Masaba is talking with Goretti and Semuju, and I cannot even read properly.
You make your report. You read your report. Masaba, Karim.
Okay.
Actually, I want you to summarize the report.
Thank you. Thank you. I think they are listening now. Overall fiscal balance, including grants to non-oil GDP, is projected to be minus 3%, but in reality, the budget is minus 6.58%. The ratio of non-oil revenue to GDP is there. The growth rate in recurrent spending as a percentage of... Thank you. Yes, my cousin, I am saying thank you very much, cousin. Yeah.
Yes.
The
Honorable
growth rate
member,
in recurrent
Honorable Chair,
spending.
can you just summarize your report?
Yes, I'm going to do that. A growth rate in recurrent spending as a percentage of GDP versus growth rate in revenue.
You're raising a procedure when the report is in the middle of it.
Yeah, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is we need it to follow what the chair is presenting, and on the iPads. Yeah, it's not uploaded.
Honorable, read the report.
That table is detailed, honorable colleagues. What I can go in and is on the committee observations. Our total nominal public debt to GDP is projected at 53.34% in financial year 2025-26, which is inconsistent with the CFR target of 49.3%. 2, the total domestic debt interest payments to total revenues is projected at 25.4% in the financial year 25-26, which is also inconsistent with the CFR target of 12.5%. The overall fiscal balance, including grants to non-oil GDP, is projected at minus 6.58% in 25-26, which is also inconsistent with the CFR target of minus 3%. The ratio of revenue to GDP is projected at 14.9% in financial year 25-26, which is inconsistent with the CFR target of 15.9%, which is less than the target of 15.9%. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Finance informed the committee that the reason for these deviations were because of revenue collection, which are not increased as fast as projected in the CFR targeting. The lower than targeted revenue due to a time lag that it has taken our country and many businesses that were severely affected by the effects of COVID-19 to recover, including the accumulated commercial banks' debts to these entities. 2, the deviation was on account of political and economic shocks beyond the control of the economy, and we are aware about this. These include the global value chain disruptions caused by the Russian-Ukraine war, the lagged effects of COVID-19, and the geopolitical tensions obtaining in the world at the moment. So our recommendation, Madam Speaker, is that in accordance with Section 6 of the Public Finance Management Act, CAP 171, and the CFR 2022, the Minister of Finance, Plan and Economic Development should seek parliamentary approval for the projected deviations from the objective of the CFR as spelled in the law, since the targets set in the annual estimates clearly show a projected deviation from the set targets, and give the justification therein. 2.3, consistency of the budget with the National Budget Framework paper. Madam Speaker, the BFP targets and figures are indicated therein, and the estimates for the financial year 25-26 show that whereas in the budget framework paper we're expecting to have a resource inflow of 57.44 trillion, today the budget estimate is 72.3765 trillion, and the increment is about 14.936 trillion, and the explanations were given by the ministry as follows, and the committee observations are on page 9. The proposed program budget allocations are consistent with the National Budget Paper program allocations as shown in Table 3 above. 2, in regard to the consistency with Parliament's recommendations on the National Budget Framework Paper and draft budget estimates, Uganda Shillings 4.09 trillion has been allocated to key funding gaps identified by Parliament against Parliamentary total funding, a gap of 14.47 trillion. And the details are in Annex 1. Colleagues, the details are in Annex 1 and Annex 2. Honorable colleagues, for the first time, What this means is that because of our recommendation, Madam Speaker, government, the President, has added us another 4.09 trillion in response to recommendations of this House, which is quite unique and it is different. We have never had this before. The committee commends government for adopting key parliamentary recommendations on the budget framework paper and the ministerial policy statements, and we shall give them later on in part 4. 2.4, consistency with the NDP 4. Madam Speaker and colleagues, Section 12.6 of the PFFA 2015 requires that the annual budget is consistent with the National Development Plan. This section presents key highlights on compliance with the national budget to NDP 4 in regards to macroeconomic and program allocative efficiency or consistency. And Table 4 and Table 5, colleagues, when you get the thing, show to the extent to which this budget is consistent with NDP 4. I go straight to committee observations. 1, regarding the macroeconomic policy targets, the proposed annual budget is largely consistent with NDP 4. This is a very good observation. 2, the inconsistency observed under the macroeconomic policy target is mainly attributed to the slightly high public debt to GDP and low economic growth projections for 25-26 against the NDP 4 targets. 3, in regards to alignment of program allocations, the proposed annual budget program allocations are consistent with the NDP 4, as indicated in the program shares against the total budget respectively. That's in Table 5 for the details. 4, in regards to consistency with the high impact projects of NDP 4, the proposed annual budget for financial year 2025-26 is consistent with the NDP 4. And I beg colleagues to go and when they get the details are in Annex 3 of this report. Generally, this budget has adopted the implementation of NDP 4, and this is a very good observation. Committee recommendations. In order to accelerate economic growth, government should continue to sustain investments in strategic initiatives and strengthen the operationalization of the parish development model, EMIOGA, industrial hubs, among others, in order to stimulate private expansion, job creation, and household incomes. Number 2, we urge government on fiscal prudence, and fiscal prudence should remain a priority, with the policies aimed at containing the debt to GDP ratio below the 50% CFR target and in present value terms. And this should gradually reduce the fiscal deficit to 3%, to below 3%, so that it is consistent with the regional and domestic fiscal policy frameworks of the target of 3%. Number 3, government should continue the acceleration of domestic revenue mobilization by broadening the tax base, particularly in the digital economy, through stricter enforcement and compliance mechanisms, such as the e-freeze and DTS, the digital tax stamps. 2.5, then gender and equity responsiveness. Madam Speaker and colleagues, the committee observes that there has been a tremendous improvement in gender and equity compliance at 68.5% compared to the financial year 2024-25, where the score was below 67%. 2.6 on the contingencies fund. Madam Speaker and colleagues, the committee observed that this year, the annual appropriation budget, the figure provided is 169.0 billion, which is less than the expected amount, reflecting a deficit of 2.1 billion. I go to page 13, the semi-annual budget performance, the implementation of the budget. Madam Speaker, the details on the implementation of the budget strategy are outlined on page 13, and colleagues can read that. Page 14, overview of the revenue performance. 3.1, 2.1, total tax revenue of shillings 14,335.88 billion was collected in the first half of the financial year 2024-25 against a target of 193.16 billion for the period, resulting in a surplus of 342.71 billion. And this performance was mainly on account of improved tax administration as well as higher than projected profitability of some firms in the first half of the financial year. 3.22 grants. The total grants disbursed during the first half of 2024 amounted to shillings 828.31 billion. This was against a projection of 1,620.49 billion, implying a performance of about 51.1%. 3.3 overall overview of the expenditure. The table 6 below shows the release and expenditure performance by wage, non-wage, and development expenditure for the different categories for development and expenditure. Aggregate expenditure, Madam Speaker, at an aggregate level, Uganda shillings 18,295.52 trillion of the budget excluding interest spending was released by the end of the December 2024. This equates to 48.7% of approved budget. And the aggregate absorption was very high, it was 78.3%. The details on the wage releases performed at 4 trillion of the approved budget, and of these 3.861 trillion was spent, which represents an absorption of 96.5%. Non-wage recorded at 8.33 trillion, which equated 61% of the approved budget, performed at 86.6%. The development expenditure of 5,736.8 billion, which performed at less than 52%. So, in conclusion, Madam Speaker, due to poor budget performance for development expenditure at half year, government should fast track and ensure key ongoing projects in order for them to meet conditions required by development partners to unlock external disbursements and address the project-related execution challenges before the end of this financial year, if possible. In addition, the committee urges government always to adhere to the approved budgeted work plans and ensure budget discipline in the execution of the budget. The spending on the contingencies fund, page 16, in line with section 25(3) of the Public Finance Management Act, we report the expenditure on the contingencies fund as outlined. It was 8.43 billion, was released to the Office of the Prime Minister for disaster preparedness and floods in various districts. 374 million was given to the Ministry of Works and Transport. 70 million was given to Gender, Labour and Social Development. 4.916 billion was given to Kampala Capital City Authority to manage the after effect of Kitezi. 1.077 billion was given to Uganda Police to manage security at Kitezi. 500 million was given to Kampala Metropolitan Affairs to coordinate disaster response at Kitezi. Expenditure on domestic areas, Madam Speaker. By the end of December 2024, Uganda shillings 217.43 billion had been spent on domestic areas against a budget of 199.931 billion, implying an over expenditure of 17.499 billion. Program expenditure performance as outlined in table 7. This is the level of releases and outturns for the first half of financial year 24-25, and the percentages are outlined there. You can see agro-industrialization performed at 56%, sustainable petroleum development 96%, and so on and so on. In short, a total of 15 out of 26 programs received over 50% of their total budget by half year, which can be explained by additional supplementary expenditures during the financial year as well. In regards to expenditure of the total release budget, mineral development, private sector development, sustainable energy development, community mobilization, and mindset change, and administration of justice programs performed below 50%. 3.5, external loan performance and absorption. Paragraph 2.2 of the Public Debt and Other Financial Liabilities Management Framework 23, 24, 27, 28 requires the government acquisition and utilization of public debt and contingent liabilities to be sustainable and transparent. However, external projects finance through loans have continued to underperform over the years due to slow absorption of funds available. Unabsorbed loans attract commitment charges, which increase the cost of servicing debt and undermining the intended objectives of the loan. This is a nightmare for Uganda. For instance, in the 2023-24, there was an increase in undisbursed loans amounting to 1.89 trillion, representing a 12.95% increase from the closing balance of 14.6 trillion in the financial year 2022-23, resulting in the payment of commitment fees totaling 73.904 billion in the financial year 24-25, and the breakdowns in given the table. Madam Speaker and colleagues, this country continues to lose money in commitment fees every year because we borrow and we don't implement the projects. Our committee observations are as follows. Most of the delays in loan absorption has been attributed to delayed procurements and also delayed land acquisition. 2, commitment fees is a cost of government inefficiency, which has increased the cost of servicing debt and continues to do it every year. People are here listening, but they continue to get billions. 469.778 billion was paid in commitment fees. Committee recommendations. Government should develop strategies for enhancing loan absorption rates to avoid having unabsorbed loan funds at the project closure. The strategies should include punitive measures for non-performance, if it can happen. 3.6, unrealistic budgeting. Over the years, budgets approved by Parliament have performed consistently poorly. For instance, the approved budget estimate for government for the financial year 2023-24 was 52.73 trillion, and this was later revised to 61.669 trillion through supplementary budgets. However, government was only able to raise and spend 48.68 trillion, and this was a performance of 78.9% outturn. This was mainly attributed to shortfalls in revenue outturns and external financing, and that's also the effects of COVID. Committee observations. The resource envelope projections by government do seem to be developed through an in-depth and comprehensive process or studies, and this is leading to an unreliable or unrealistic budget estimates. And these estimates and projections are given by different entities of government, some by National Planning Authority, others by Ministry of Finance, and others by Revenue Authority. So there is a problem here. Maybe the harmonization is needed. Committee recommendations. There is need for government to develop capacities to be able to prudently project reliable budget resources or cash flows. At 3.7, domestic areas. This is exciting. Over the financial year 23-24, the Office of the Auditor General noted an increase in domestic areas from Uganda shillings 10.502 trillion in the financial year 22-23 to 13.814 trillion in the financial year 23-24, an increase of 31.54%. Furthermore, new payables in financial year 23-24 accrued and stood at 6.639 trillion compared to Uganda shilling 3.679 trillion paid during the year. The increase in domestic areas was attributed to inadequate budgeting, cash flow constraints, and competing government demands. Our committee observations, Madam Speaker and colleagues, that the committee observed that Uganda shillings 13.81 trillion stated by the Auditor General includes Uganda shillings 8.313 trillion for Bank of Uganda redemptions, which were already provided for the financial year 2024 and 2025 budget and should therefore not be captured here. 2, the balance of Uganda shillings 5.254 trillion of arrears is for goods and services, pension and gratuity, contributions to international organizations, court awards, as well as rent and utilities provisions. So government has provided in this coming budget, government has provided Uganda shillings 1.4 trillion in the financial year 25-26 budget for down payment of all area categories, which further reduces the area stock to Uganda shilling 3.854 trillion only. This is a big development. Committee recommendations, Madam Speaker and colleagues. The committee commends government for increasing on the provision for domestic areas of Uganda shillings 1.4 trillion in the financial year 2025-26, up from a mere 200 billion in the financial year 24-25. However, government should adhere to the commitment control system and sanction accounting officers who perpetually commit government expenditure without the resources and outside the approved budget. 3.8, key half-year target execution of this budget. Madam Speaker, the performance is there. The committee recommendations are here on page 20. A, poor budget execution in projects is mainly as a result of challenges in project preparation and execution that results in delays in disbursement of funds from development partners. Government should improve project selection, the design, the appraisal, and analysis before the project is approved and sanctioned for funding. Number B, MDS should ensure that procurements and contract executions are undertaken in a timely manner. In addition, there is need to enhance contract supervision that take timely compensation of project affected persons, streamline project planning, and timely release of funds in order to improve the implementation of activities going forward. And these are project funds which are available. They are not revenue. MDS should ensure that all future projects have approved concept notes, project profiles, and must be turn-on projects with feasibility studies being done before the commitment of commencement of execution. Lastly, Madam Speaker and colleagues, we urge government to stop distorting budget execution through unplanned supplementary expenditures. And some of them are really doubtful, and sometimes are not even resourced, and sometimes they are warranted, but money is not released in the end. 3.9 on fiscal sustainability. Fiscal sustainability on our public debt to GDP ratio. The committee did the assessment of debt sustainability, and Madam Speaker, the committee observes that there is a recent trend in the increase, and there is an indication of improvement in debt sustainability, reflecting better fiscal management and economic growth. The table below provides a trend of debt to GDP ratio. The trend there is increasing from 40 to 46, and this financial year it is 53.3%, and we need to address that situation. On domestic debt interest payment to total revenue ratio, the assessment by the committee on debt service ratio is outlined on table 9. As you can see, the benchmark is 12.5, but our percentage of interest to revenue is there, 17.88, 20.99, and therefore the committee recommends as follows on the committee observations. Interest to revenue ratio target has been overwhelmingly breached over the years, as evidenced in the table above. Over 20% of the revenue being collected is being used to service interest payments. This is gradually reducing the funds available for funding other critical government expenditures. Our recommendations as a committee, Madam Speaker, that the government should embark on formulating a new domestic revenue mobilization strategy, as the current one has expired the coming financial year. This will reduce the reliance on debt, enhance rationalization of expenditure, and explore more new sources of non-traditional financing options such as the public-private partnerships in order to grow domestic revenue. On the fiscal deficit, the fiscal deficit to GDP, our assessment of fiscal discipline. Table 10 shows our GDP in Uganda shillings, 162 and so on, and the fiscal deficit to GDP standing at 12, at 9, and 7. It is reducing, which is a good thing. The committee observed that the fiscal deficit to GDP ratio has shown a declining trend over the 3 financial years, reducing from 12.94% in 2021-22 to 7.93% in 2023-24 as compared to the target of 4.6. The continued presence of a big fiscal deficit still presents the need for prudent fiscal policies to maintain long-term sustainability and achieve the target. Committee recommendations. We urge government to strengthen the implementation of its fiscal consolidation strategy to achieve the set targets. This is an encouraging trend. We should continue in that line. 3.10, implementation of the parish model. Colleagues and Madam Speaker, the PDM is a strategy for service delivery by the government of Uganda to improve the incomes and welfare of all Ugandans at the household level by transforming 39% of households from a subsistence economy to a money economy. The PDM is implemented under 7 pillars, and the primary pillar is the agriculture value chain development. That is the production, storage, processing, and marketing. The other pillars include infrastructure and economic services, financial inclusion, social services, community mobilization, and mindset change. The parish development management information system, and governance and administration. In the financial year 23-24 and 24-25, Parliament approved Uganda shillings 1,097.633 billion for the PDM program, of which 1.0959 trillion was for the parish revolving fund to finance 10,594 PDM circles in 176 local governments and Kampala Capital City Authority. The committee observations as per the Auditor General assessment. The Auditor General found that there is no evidence for the identification of 5,099 PDM parish ward priorities in submission in 115 local governments using the format prescribed in the guidelines of the onward submission to local governments and higher local governments. In addition, the Auditor General did not obtain evidence that the 25 participating MDAs aligned their work plans to their pillar implementation action plans. Number 2, a review of the set of the PM data collection from the Parish Development Model Information System and National Household Registration Reports as of April 2024 revealed that the household level data collection was at 79.9% progress level, while the population registered was only at 46.3%. This data should be the basis upon which the population would be profiled to identify qualifying benefits as well as facilitate periodic reviews and impact assessments. Number 3, the Auditor General also noted that 2,985 PDM savings and credit cooperative societies in 127 local governments did not have registered officers in their documents. Number 4, out of the expected 7 modules of the PDM, 2 modules were fully implemented, 2 modules were partially implemented, and 3 were not implemented. And the OAG noted that the Wendy mobile application platform used by SACCOs to receive funds is yet to be integrated with participating government-owned governments. The committee recommendations. 1, government should ensure that the parish development committees and local governments are trained in prioritization and incorporation of PDM activities in the budget and work plans. 2, government should integrate the results of the census into the PDMIS data collection and registration module in order to facilitate profiling and identification of subsistence households. And lastly, government should prioritize funds to ensure full implementation of the PDMIS and integration of the Wendy platform to all participating banks. So colleagues, now we go to the last part of this budget report. Annual budget estimates for the financial year 2025-2026. 4.1, the budget strategy for 25-26. Madam Speaker and honorable members, this is the first budget in the implementation of the National Development Plan 4. The goal of the NDP 4 is higher household incomes, full monetization of the economy, and employment for sustainable socio-economic transformation. The goal will be pursued under the theme of sustainable industrialization for inclusive growth, employment, and wealth creation. To concretize the gains so far achieved during the fourth National Development Plan, NDP, the third National Development, NDP 3, and in order to propel the economy to higher levels of socio-economic transformation towards double-digit growth, the theme for the coming financial year's budget will be maintained as full monetization of Uganda's economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expand and broadening services, digital transformation, and market access. The overall objective of the budget for financial year 25-26 strategy is to strengthen economic growth drivers that underpin the restoration of the economy back to the medium-term growth path and directly contribute to the expansion of GDP tenfold from the current $553 billion to $500 billion by 2040 and double to $100 billion by 20. I don't know that one. It's a bit wrong. It's, I think, a wrong number. The budget strategy for next financial year is therefore based on the principles of the tenfold growth strategy. The gains, the lessons learned, and opportunities from NDP 3 as well as NDP 4's the new strategic direction. This demonstrates continuity of the socio-economic transformation agenda. This strategy underscores employment, wealth creation, and household incomes by prioritizing key enablers for accelerated growth. The strategy, Madam Speaker, is based on 5 strategic areas or programs, and in brief called ATMIS, namely agro-industry development, tourism development, mineral-based industrial development, sustainable development of petroleum resources, that's oil and gas, and number 5, the development of the petrochemical industries and knowledge economy. That's mainstreaming ICT, digital economy, and science, technology, and innovation in our economy. 4.2, the actual expenditure lines. Right Honorable Speaker and members, the resource envelope for the next financial year, as presented by the Minister of Finance to the committee and to this House, amounts to Uganda shillings 72.376 trillion. A rise from Uganda shillings 72.137 trillion in the financial year 2024-25, and the 72.376 trillion, colleagues and Madam Speaker, is broken down as follows. 1. Domestic revenue, that is tax and non-tax revenue, is expected to be Uganda shillings 37.2272 trillion. Budget support, that's grants and loans, is Uganda shillings 2.0843 trillion. Domestic financing, that's domestic borrowing. We are going to borrow Uganda shillings 11.3813 trillion. Number 4, domestic debt refinancing, that's rollover.
Chair, yes. Are you reading trillion or billion?
Trillion, which is actually, you can read it the other way. Okay, you would, Madam Speaker.
I'm looking at what is on your document.
Okay, Madam Speaker. Domestic revenue, tax, non-tax revenue is Uganda shilling 37,227.2 billion. Budget support, grants and loans, Uganda shilling 2,084.3 billion. Domestic financing, that's domestic borrowing, is 11,381.3 billion. Domestic debt refinancing, the rollover is 10,027.8 billion. And project support, that's grants and loans, is 11,327.1 billion. The grant total is 72,376.5 billion. So from the above resource envelope, Madam Speaker, this is how we are going to use it. The following commitments take the first expenditure call. Number one, we are going to give money to project support, that's external financing, 11,327.1 billion. Then we are going to remove again amortization of 4,985.8 billion. We shall reduce that figure by domestic refinancing, that's an accounting figure, 10,027.8 billion. We shall pay interest payments of 11,332.7 billion. Appropriation in aid to local governments, 319.4 billion. Domestic arrears, you know, this is a happy day for us this financial year, 1,400.0 billion. Domestic debt payment, Bank of Uganda is 493.0 billion. So, Madam Speaker, we shall be left with about 32,481 billion discretionary financing. I go to 4.3 multi-year commitments. Honorable Speaker, Section 12 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 171, requires the Minister responsible for Finance, Plan and Economic Development to present the proposed budget for a financial year by 1st of April of each financial year. The budget estimates for the financial year are expected to include a statement of the multi-year commitments to be made by government on projects or project expenditures whose implementation spans more than 1 year, and this is a legal requirement. The purpose of the MYC statement is to present the multi-year expenditure commitments obligations to be made by government during the financial year 2025-26 and in the medium term. Furthermore, the statement seeks to require Parliament to authorize government ministries, departments and agencies responsible for implementing development projects that span more than 1 year to enter into multi-year obligations in order to properly implement projects within the available fiscal space. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, accordingly, the Minister responsible for Finance, Plan and Economic Development presented to Parliament a statement of the multi-year commitments by government for the financial year 2025-26 worth Uganda shillings 20.148 trillion, of which Uganda shillings 8.419 trillion is from domestic sources, and Uganda shillings 11.729 trillion is external financing, that's borrowing. 4.4 public corporations and state enterprises. According to Section 2 of the PFMS, Cap 171, a public corporation means an authority established by an act of Parliament other than a local government, which receives a contribution from public funds, and any other public body which is in a financial year receives any income from public funds. So the OAG recognizes 50 public corporations and state enterprises. Out of the 50 public corporations and state enterprises, 41 are for profit or with a commercial orientation, while 9 are not for profit. Committee observations. The committee observes as follows. 1. According to the Auditor General's report, government does not maintain a comprehensive database of public corporations and state enterprises, and this undermines comprehensive scrutiny of financial performance of public corporations and state enterprises. 2. In regard to profitability, the OAG assessed a total of 20 entities out of 41 profit or commercial-oriented public corporations and state enterprises, and noted that 13 made profit or surplus in the financial year 22-23-24, while others have continued to incur losses, like the Uganda National Oil Company incurred a loss of Uganda 3.8 billion, Uganda National Lines, a loss of 237.9 billion. Kilende Mines Limited, a loss of 21.4 billion. Uganda Electricity Distribution Company Limited, a loss of 10.9 billion. Uganda Railways Corporation, a loss of 36.3 billion. And Uganda Cargo Corporation, a loss of 8.21 billion, among others. In this regard, only 67% of the assessed companies made a profit, while 33% did not make profit. And we recommend as follows. 1. The Accountant General should establish a comprehensive database for all public corporations and state enterprises, which should capture information such as the name of entity, the business or industry, the location, the shareholding, the directors, the email address, among others, to enable easy traceability and independent verification. 2. Governments should develop clear strategies to improve operations and adopt efficient financial management practices to lower operating costs and increase revenue generation. In addition, governments should develop appropriate financial and non-financial performance assessment indicators for each category of public operation and state enterprise to enable comprehensive and standardized performance assessment. 4.5. The budget priorities for financial year 2025-2026. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, our budget for 25-26 and the priorities are as follows. Boosting household incomes and micro enterprises. In the coming budget, government has allocated 72.376 trillion as follows. And these are some of the areas. 1. In order to boost household incomes as well as the development of micro enterprises, the following budget allocations have been proposed by government and are be first. PDM, Uganda shillings 1.075 trillion. Emioga, 100 billion. Support Microfinance Support Center, 76.67 billion, of which 30 billion is for onward lending and 10 billion is for specific interest groups. E, in order to enhance youth and women participation in development, Uganda shillings 23.66 billion has been allocated to Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program, WEP, and Youth Livelihood Program, YLP. F, 3 billion has been allocated to Uakali enterprises to transition into formal economy. And 5 billion as enterprise fund for older persons. G, generating growth opportunities and productivity for women enterprises, GROW. GROW, government allocating 231.33 billion. H, Uganda shillings 147.1 billion to Uganda Development Corporation. I, Uganda shillings 121.16 billion to social assistance grants for the elderly, SAGE, and 16 billion for special grants for persons with disability. J, Uganda shillings 1.4 trillion for domestic areas for the financial year 2025-26. K, cattle compensation for Asholi, Lango, Teso, Abim, totaling to 80 billion Uganda shillings. Industrialization and private sector development. L, Uganda shilling 275.09 billion for small and medium enterprises in the manufacturing and export sectors through the Investment for Industrial Transformation and Employment Invite program. 2. Uganda shillings 90.97 billion for infrastructure development of industrial parks. 3. 47.8 billion for capitalization of the agricultural credit facilities to support farmers, but mainly agro-processors that focus on value addition. Number 4, 414.74 billion for capitalization of Uganda Development Bank, in line with the annual line for credit. This will support the entire agricultural ecosystem, the private sector players, to increase the stock and quality of tourism facilities, financing of the local production of essential goods as precursor to achieving import substitution, among others. Number 5, Uganda shillings 210.17 billion will be has been allocated towards the Resource Enhancement and Accountability Program, REAP, with the objective of increasing resource mobilization, improvement planning, and public investment management, and strengthen accountability for quality, effective, and efficient service delivery. Commercialization of commercializing agriculture. Colleagues and Madam Speaker, these are the priorities proposed. A, breeding, production, multiplication, and availing animal seed and poultry to farmers across the country through NAGRIC and DB, Uganda shillings 96.05 billion. B, animal feed production on government ranches and farms, that's NAGRIC and DB, again Uganda shillings 25.5 billion. So those people who steal our cows from NAGRIC should stop. C, development of anti-stock vaccine, STI, Uganda shillings 5 billion. D, research products and services suited for food, feed, market, and industry, NARO, Uganda shillings 24.1 billion. E, improving access and use of agricultural equipment and mechanization through the use of labor-saving technologies, and the Ministry of Agriculture, Uganda shillings 56.14 billion. F, the National Oil Palm Project, under Ministry of Agriculture, Uganda shillings 70.72 billion. G, agriculture value chain development, again under Ministry of Agriculture, Uganda shillings 73.25 billion. H, enhancing agricultural production, quality, and standards for market. Enhancing agricultural production, quality, and standards for market access project, MAIF, under Ministry of Agriculture, Uganda shillings 111.35 billion. I, the National Oil Seed Project, under Ministry of Agriculture, 83.46 billion. J, Uganda Climate Smart Agriculture Transformation Project is provided 176.32 billion. K, coffee seedlings to northern Uganda, Uganda shillings 60 billion. This is the very first time. So northern Uganda has to embrace coffee production and enhance the economy of Uganda. So that's a great thing. We have paid the debt for coffee seeds. Now we are going to get also the seedlings. Transformative transport infrastructure development. 1, the construction of the standard gauge railway. The provision is there, Uganda shilling 2,175.29 billion. 2, construction, upgrade, and rehabilitation of national roads and bridges. Uganda shilling 2,201.34 billion. Some of these include Oima Wanseko Road, Uganda shillings 185.47 billion. B, construction of 66 selected bridges, Uganda shillings 30.61 billion. Those of you, the reports are next on the list of bridges is there. Renkunye Apache Lera Asholibu Road, Uganda shillings 166.25 billion. D, Kisoro Nkuringo Rubugiri Muko Road, Uganda shillings 1,260.98 trillion. That's a long road. 1,206.1. E, Moyo Yumbe Koboko Road, 125.08 billion. F, rehabilitation of Mitiana Mubende Road, 100 kilometers, Uganda shillings 21 billion. G, proposed upgrading of Chenjojo, that's Kirora, Buzi, Ramanja, Kahwinge, 68 kilometers, Mpara, Buizi, 37 kilometers, Uganda shillings 109.14 billion. H, upgrading of Iganga, Buloba, Kamuli Road, 57.2 kilometers, Uganda shillings 42.55 billion. Colleagues, the list is there. The list is in the list of the high impact projects is in the report. I just conclude by saying there is also rehabilitation of district, urban, and community access roads, which will continue at the Ministry of Works and Transport. So Buka Roads 91.78 billion. And the road fund management has also been given 91.78 billion. On tourism, Colleagues, following the Artemis strategy, tourism has been boosted. Tourism development, Uganda shillings 11.16 billion for the Mount Rwenzori tourism infrastructure. This includes improving the existing trails and establishing shorter ones, improving the existing bridges, taking into consideration the issue of the flash floods, providing more eco-friendly accommodation facilities, improving safety of tourists by establishing the rest points along the trails, among others. B, Uganda shillings 21.52 billion for the development of the museums and heritage sites for cultural tourism. C, Uganda shillings 10.15 billion for the development of the source of the Nile tourism infrastructure. That includes construction of the modern piers, docking places for boats and other amenities. Human capital development on health. A few highlights are here. Some of the highlights include Uganda shillings 1,012.19 billion for Global Fund for TB, AIDS, and malaria. 2, Uganda shillings 194.2 billion for Gavi vaccines and health sector management. 3, Uganda shillings 57.89 billion towards Uganda COVID-19 response and emergency preparedness. 4, Uganda shillings 65.65 billion for construction and equipping of the Uganda Heart Institute. 5, 42.14 billion towards infrastructure development at Uganda Cancer Institute. 6, 116.94 billion towards rehabilitation and construction of general hospitals. This is a new resource to all the general hospitals in the country, a sum of 116.94 billion for rehabilitation and construction of facilities across the country. Number 7 is 30.75 billion for establishment of regional oncology and diagnostic centers in Arua, Mbale, and Mbarara. 8, 623.51 billion for essential medicines and health supplies for all health centers, general hospitals, regional referral hospitals, and national referral hospitals. And colleagues, it's worth noting that, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Finance has restored 100 billion of the fund that was removed from National Medical Stars last year. It has been put back in the budget, and this is really a great development, and we thank the Ministry for that. Education. Uganda shillings 244.94 billion towards Uganda Secondary Education Expansion Project Phase 2. 12.87 billion towards the development of primary schools project, 54.44 billion towards funded vocational project phase 2, 7 billion towards Uganda National Examination Board infrastructure project. On digital transformation, Madam Speaker, also on education, the Ministry of Finance involved that there is a new loan of 200 million that is being prepared to come and cover all the secondary and primary schools in the coming financial years. Digital transformation, Uganda shillings 197.08 billion has been allocated to the government network project towards expanding the digital infrastructure outreach, strengthening digital infrastructure, complements mainstreaming digital services in priority areas, among others. This is really a big move for our country to put 197.0 billion to the network, electronic network. Energy and gas development. Colleagues, Madam Speaker, government plans to provide 686.35 billion towards midstream petroleum infrastructure development. Some of these plan activities include supervision of ECOP construction works in Uganda, development of the government of Uganda ECOP hub in Tanga, undertake feasibility study for the natural gas pipeline from Tanzania to Uganda, completion of payment for reallocation of land affected persons along the project pipeline, completion of construction of resettlement houses for the project affected persons, and also embark on refinery EPC activities, among others. Number B, Uganda showing 346.42 billion for the electricity access scale-up project. The project is intended to increase the proportion of population with access to electricity from 24 to 44% by 2027 through mainly grid expansion and connectivity and network expansion and strengthening. Colleagues, this is a good development. It will support most of the constituencies where the electricity is not there. Number C, Uganda actually 34.84 billion towards Karuma hydropower project. B, 26 billion towards Orio mini hydro project and rural electricity project. E, 165.29 billion towards enhanced rural electrification and connectivity across the country. F, 21.79 billion towards construction of 400 kV Karuma Tororo transmission line, the 132 kV in Tinda substation. G, 202.04 Oima Kenyara Kafu 220 kV transmission line and associated substations. H, 15 billion towards liquefied petroleum gas supply and infrastructure development interventions. Madam Speaker and colleagues, on water supply and sanitation. A, Uganda shillings 114.04 towards farm income enhancement and forestry conservation program. 127.95 billion towards irrigation for climate resilience project. 81 billion towards development of solar power irrigation. 81.82 towards investing in forests and protected areas for climate smart agriculture. E, 165.16 towards Kampala Water Lake Victoria and Sanitation project. F, 40.00 towards water service acceleration project. On governance and security, Madam Speaker, government intends to provide 450 billion towards the electoral roadmap. So elections are going to be there. No postponement. Yes. Part B, Madam Speaker and colleagues. Since Madam Speaker, Right Honourable Speaker and members, during the consideration of the committee reports on the ministerial policy statement financial year 25-26, Parliament adopted reallocations in this House for various votes the other week. These reallocations were referred by the Speaker to the Committee on Budget for Harmonization and Reconciliation and Consolidation. Madam Speaker, we beg to report as a committee, and these are observations on those proposals, committee observations. During the harmonization process, the committee observed the following on the adopted reallocations by Parliament as highlighted in the table below. 1. Under vote 013, Ministry of Education and Sports, the Committee of Education and Sports recommended that 10 billion be reallocated from educational materials and other services to another area. In interacting with the ministry and the Ministry of Finance, the committee observed that a provision of 24.1 billion had already been allocated for primary educational materials, thus reducing the people to textbook ratio from 1.1 to 17 to 1 to 12. Yeah. Thank you. Semuju, I will tell you the meaning after, if you can chance to cross the Nile. You have not yet crossed the Nile to that side of Uganda. So this allocation of 20.1 billion has been allocated for primary educational materials, has reduced the ratio from 1 to 17 to 1 to 12. Any reduction in this budget will negatively impact on the availability of textbooks, thereby hindering learning outcomes. Furthermore, the roadmap for reviewing the primary curriculum is yet to be concluded by 2030. So, Madam Speaker, we beg that we differ with the allocations there because the program of primary is yet to be concluded by 2030. What we need now is reduce the teacher people ratio, the material to people ratio from 117 to 112, and maybe go 1 to 1. That's the ideal. So we beg that this House adopts that this resource not be reallocated, meaning existing shortfalls must still be addressed, Madam Speaker. Vote 013, Ministry of Education and Sports. the committee recommended that under the project 1853, the Uganda Smart Education Project in the 5 institutions of higher learning, that 2 billion be removed and allocated to other areas. In interacting with the ministry, we found out that a project was allocated a budget of Uganda shillings 3.5 billion already, and an additional 2 billion has been allocated in the Corrigenda in order to support the project and make it a vital investment and infrastructure in ICT. So that investment in ICT infrastructure in line with the government ATM strategy. Actually, Madam Speaker, instead of reducing by 2, in the Corrigenda, government again was proposing to give another 2 billion and in line with the government ATM strategy. This includes construction of smart ICT classrooms, digital enhancement equipment, and training of ICT lecturers in Kiambogo University. That's the detail we found. It was for training of lecturers in Kiambogo University, Mbara University of Science and Technology, Mountains of the Moon University, and Moon Universities. So we recommend that the cut, Madam Speaker, that this House stays that cut. Vote 1. So we say that the cut on this item affects Uganda shillings. This item, vote 013 again, Ministry of Education and Sports. Item 221006, commissions and related charges. The committee recommended to remove 1,952 million from recurrent and allocate to other areas. So the cut on this item affects shillings 2.95 billion, which was provided to reimburse mileage allowances for the members of the Education Policy Review Commission for use of personal vehicles on commission work. The cut will result in a partial compensation. So we found it hard, Madam Speaker, to proceed on this because it was just a reimbursement for the EPRC, the Economic Policy Review Commission members. So we still also stay on that change. Vote 103, Minister of Education, item 2208, ICT supplies, recurrent 2.5 billion. Again, we were told that this will be a double cut on the Uganda Smart Education Project and will also affect the procurement of IT supplies under the ministry. Vote 15, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, the salvation of Uganda Development Corporation to be money given to be in Sika enterprises. The proposal of the committee was to reduce that by 10.87 billion. The committee was informed that the amount proposed for reallocation has already been repurposed and sent to, so the money was already with the UDC. It was no longer with the ministry. So vote 144, Uganda Police Force, program 16, project 0385, key service area 000017. There was a proposal of removing money of 52.85 billion from that project and using it for construction. We were informed by the Minister of Finance that this project, instead of closing as proposed by the committee, this project has been extended by 1 year. So it was not closed actually. So they requested that the money should stay. Vote 1 for police force again. Vote function 04, department 002, key service area 460112, item 227004. So there was meant to be a reduction of 4.831 billion. The committee was informed that the implementation of the sub-country policing model is intended to cover 29 administrative regions across the country in financial year 25-26. This is an increase by 12 from the level of financial year 24-25. The proposed reallocation will affect, we found that there is a rollout, the police plan a rollout of police operations, mainly in areas that are conflict prone, such as Karamoja and Rwenzori. So they beg that this 4.8 billion is to address problems in the Rwenzori and Karamoja. So they ask that this money be stayed. The only thing that Ministry of Finance agreed with was the Uganda National Bureau of Standards moving money from recurrent from development to recurrent. So this was accepted. And they said this is acceptable on account of supporting Uganda National Bureau of Standards to raise additional tax revenue through recruitment of new staff. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, on what you sent us to harmonize, we recommend as follows. Based on the committee observation table 12, the committee recommends as follows. 1, for the proposed reallocations of votes 013 Ministry of Education and Sports, 015 Ministry of Trade and Industry and Corporates, and 11 for Uganda Police Force should be adopted as recommended above. 2, for the proposed reallocation of Uganda 10 billion for vote 15 for Uganda National Bureau of Standards to enhance salaries of existing staff to match with other scientists. That's Uganda 5.4 billion, 5.8 billion, and to enable recruitment of additional staff. That's Uganda 4.2 billion, be considered and adopted. Madam Speaker. 5.1 on the corrigenda which was presented to the Committee for Financial Year 2025-26, the draft budget estimates. Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, you will recall that on Tuesday, 13th May 2025, in the evening about this time, the corrigenda to the draft budget estimates for financial year 25-26 was presented before Parliament. Honorable members, in line with the Public Finance Management Act, Regulation 16, Regulation 12, accounting officers may make corrections to the estimates for errors and omissions made at any time before Parliament considers the budget estimates for the vote. Madam Speaker and colleagues, accordingly, the corrigenda to the budget for financial year 25-26 was prepared based on the following principles, and the principles are outlined therein. One is the request by accounting officers on the program budget system. So the amendments have been brought on 3 grounds. 1 is through the request for accounting officers on the program budgeting system. Number 2, they need to ensure that the proposed changes by accounting officers do not result in supplementary needs or areas. 3, the changes have been proposed because to correct errors and omissions that were done in the budget estimate, the budget framework paper, and ministerial policy statements. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, the net effect of the corrigenda to the draft estimate for financial 2025-26 is actually Uganda shillings 419.860 billion, which will increase the budget from 71.957 trillion to Uganda shillings 72.376 trillion. As a result of 1, Madam Speaker, because of the recommendations we made in this House, the Ministry of Finance and Government has added and addressed more issues that were identified by this House, to the tune of 112.03 billion. That's part of that figure, among others. So there is the source of financing is because there is an increase in non-tax revenue. They project 58.03 billion. They are realizing that there is an increase in the local revenue for next financial year of 9.268 billion. Another one is the matter is reprioritization of fiscal space or projects to free resources for emerging funding needs amounting to 681.64 billion. Number 4 is additional allocation amounting to 1.03 trillion. And number 6, the increase in external funding to local climate adaptive facility, local project under Ministry of Local Government by 2.03 billion. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker and colleagues, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, arising from the corrigenda adjustments, the following figures in the table below are recommended for supply and appropriation as expenditure for financial year 2025-26. The table below is a consolidation of Schedule A, B, and C in the annexure. The annexes are there, and colleagues, I hope with this, by this time the annexes have been uploaded. And colleagues, I just want to conclude by saying, let me just handle this. Colleagues, I want to conclude by saying, Madam Speaker, I think we feel as a committee that in a long time. I think government has listened to this House. The increase in budget allocation, we made our recommendations to Cabinet was to the tune of 14 trillion. Government came back on our recommendations and addressed most of them to the tune of 4 trillion. This is unique, and I think it's a departure from the history we faced last year. And Madam Speaker, on behalf of the committee, we want to thank government, we want to thank the President, who is the ultimate Minister of Finance, for this observation. For example, we recommended that 100 billion be given to national medical stores for drugs. It was done. We recommended for ambulances. They have given health centers. They have given money for that. They have given money for the pet center for cancer, 60 billion. So many things among others. I think they have given coffee to 60 billion to Northern Uganda. Most of the changes, including the last one, under Annex 3, which were done yesterday, were as a result of the recommendation of Madam Speaker of this House. And we want to commend government that in this process of consolidation, this spirit should continue and continue to address the needs of our people. I'd like to move.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair. Honorable members, in the public gallery this afternoon we have pupils and teachers from Holistic Junior School from Mitoma District who participated in the Father Grimes National School Chess Champions, where they emerged winners and will represent Uganda in the World Schools Chess Championship, scheduled to take place in the United States of America in August. You're most welcome. Congratulations, and thank you so much for coming. They are represented by Right Honorable Deputy Speaker Thomas Taewa and Honorable Agasha Juliet. You're most welcome. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you for sending us very good leaders. You first greet your people. You've not seen them. Have you seen them? Juliet, come right here. And greetings from the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker. He says he loves all of you, and continue bringing the leaders that you brought. Juliet.
Thank you, Right.
Please sit, eh? Sit.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Congratulations to Holistic. It's a good primary school in Vitereko sub-county, which is in Mitoma. It is represented by the Right Honorable, the Deputy Speaker. They have very many, and myself, they have very many extracurricular activities. We somehow support and request that all of you support us when they are going to the DC in America, and we request that you all keep supporting extracurricular activities.
Thank
because
you.
These people, co-curricular activities, these people come from a remote place, but because of the talent, they are able to reach this far. May God bless you, Right
Thank
Honorable. Thank you so much. Congratulations once
Since
again.
Mitoma has talents, even the Deputy Speaker is very good in golf. Yes.
Madam Speaker, the budget committee report for the financial year 2025-26 as a minority report. And I beg to invite the presenter for the minority report, the Honorable Sam Junganda, to present, which is part of this report.
Answered, meanwhile, capture all the whole report plus all the figures as we get a report from the alternative minister of finance.
I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and members. The minority report is on the whole budget, and without wasting time, I'll begin with the background. Right Honorable Speaker and members, we are opposed to the approval of the 72.376 trillion 2025-2026 annual budget unless it is restructured as we propose to address the socio-economic challenges our country is facing. Honorable Speaker and members, even if the allocations in the budget were to address the socio-economic challenges, financing the budget through reckless borrowing will cause the country even more pain. To finance this budget, the NRM government wants to borrow 32.075 trillion because taxes, non-tax revenue and grants will only generate 40 trillion. The NRM government will then splash the taxes collected and borrowed money on luxury and distribute a big portion of it to President Museveni's friends. Moreover, the Constitution and Public Finance Management Act were not followed in preparation of this budget. I want to start with the sources of funds for the budget. The government intends to raise 34.051 trillion from taxes. This represents 47% of the total budget requirements. The government will also raise 3.246 trillion from non-tax sources, representing 4.4% of the total requirement. The taxes and fees correction together will give us 51.5% of the total amount of money we require to finance the budget. Our budget will also be financed by grants worth 2.745 trillion, which is 3.7% of our financial requirement. The rest, as I said earlier, 32.07 trillion, which is 44.3%, will be borrowed from foreign and domestic financial institutions. This is the physical deficit we face as a country. Madam Speaker, I have provided a table. I don't see it on the screen. I hope it can be summarizing what I have said. Tax correction is projected at 47%. Domestic borrowing, 21 trillion, 29.5%. External borrowing, 10.6 trillion, which is 14.7%, and grants, 2.7 trillion, which is 3.7%. And then non-tax revenue of 3.2, which is 4.4%. Who will lend us the 34 trillion? Minister of Finance on page 19 of the medium-term debt management strategy is warning Parliament that because of past global recessions, concessional lending has drastically reduced. Creditors are now focused on sustaining their own economies. The biggest borrowing, 68% therefore, will be from domestic commercial banks and several other funds. Only 32% of the borrowing will be from institutions such as World Bank, IMF, ADB, and other international funds. Only 9% of the loans to be procured for budget will be on concessional terms. Only 9%. 6% at semi-concessional and 16.7% at non-concessional and commercial terms. This government committed to restrict non-concessional commercial loans to financing infrastructure and self-financing projects through on-rent agreements that have the capacity of generating non-tax revenue to enable debt repayment. It is now contracting non-concessional loans to fund recurrent expenditure. Remember, last financial year, remember the loan of $789 million in 2023. Overborrowing from commercial banks is crowding out the private sector and is increasing interest payment almost beyond our reach. This financial year, we are paying 9.4 trillion in interest, not 9.4%. It's 9.4 trillion in interest to commercial banks, mainly, and 1.8 trillion interest to foreign lenders. In the next budget, interest payment will consume, it is now 11 trillion. Minister of Finance notes that borrowing from foreign sources poses a great risk on our reserves. To be safe, the Minister of Finance notes, maturing foreign debt should be kept at a certain percentage of our reserves. Right Honourable Speaker, honourable members, reflect on the debt burden you are creating before you say aye to the budget. That's why a report on public debt, grants, guarantees, and other financial liabilities is and was tabled together with the budget. Approving the budget means you have given the government a green light to borrow 32 trillion to finance next year's budget. You have in a way lost the right to complain when the Honourable Musasi begins to vent on traffic loan requests to Parliament. Minister of Finance itself on page 8 of the medium-term debt management strategy is complaining against expenditure requirements, against realistic revenue projections, which is raising the fiscal deficit and leading to more borrowing. The medium-term debt management strategy was also presented to this House. Interest charged on the money we are borrowing has significantly risen, and our currency continues to depreciate. This, Finance is reporting, has increased the borrowing costs and worsened Uganda's debt burden amidst reduced foreign exchange reserves. Madam Speaker, I want my tables to be screened because I need to make some explanations. I am on...
Do you have that report captured?
I actually submitted this report early in the morning.
Please capture it.
Will URA really correct the 34 trillion, the basis of which you are approving this budget? To finance the budget, Uganda Revenue Authority has now been given a 34 trillion target next financial year. This year, this current year, the target was 29.3 trillion. The taxes will be corrected as follows. If the tables were there, then I will be summarizing and I don't have to read everything. So these tables are too long. If I read them, we'll sleep here.
Let's have it uploaded.
So what do I...
Can we have the report uploaded?
No, I No, the information is here, Honorable Siagi, you know it. My work was to bring it here. So what do I do, Madam Speaker? Because these tables are important.
Let's have them uploaded.
Yeah.
Let's have the report uploaded. Can I have a look at your report? Let me see.
Madam Speaker, as you have guided, I will continue reading, but when eventually the tables are presented, you'll allow me to go back and explain, because the reason I put tables is not to read too much. I was on page 4. I'll come back to that when it is uploaded. I hope it is not deliberate. I want to go to page 6. It begins with a table. Madam Speaker and honorable members, I was explaining on page 3 coming to 6 the inability of URA to hit targets for the last 5 years. I now go to budget performance on page 6. The last 2 financial years should guide us when considering a budget with exaggerated figures. In 2020 to 2023, this Parliament approved a total budget of 52.548 trillion. The actual money raised through taxes and borrowing was 43.4 trillion. Minister of Finance issued or warranted 49.226 trillion. In 2023-2024, revised approved budget was 61.669 trillion. 50.172 trillion was warranted, but the actual money corrected and borrowed was 48 trillion. On average, we have been raising just about 50 trillion to fund our budgets. This election year could even be worse. We need to approve a realistic budget of not more than 55 trillion at worst. The reason the government presents an obscene figure is because they want to raise their amount 3% that they are authorized by the law to spend without prior parliamentary approval, which they will give to Pineti and Amina and others, and then come here for approval after. I now want to go to page 7, which is the allocation of the budget. Honorable Speaker and other members, we hope you have already noted that we continue borrowing to pay loans. Next financial year, total borrowing is projected to be 32 trillion, of which 10 trillion is to clear maturing treasury bills and bonds. It is actually now 11, which finance likes to sanitize and call debt rollover. So the NRM government goes to a money lender and asks him to lend it to pay an old debt. We must bring this nonsense to an end. Next financial year, you have budgeted 11 trillion to pay interest on money borrowed, and only 6.5 trillion for development. This is crazy, honorable ladies and gentlemen, that your budget, the biggest portion is to pay interest and not development. The table, which I am not able to display, is giving you the summary of the budget. 38% of the budget is debt servicing, 11% is wage, non-wage is 41.1%, and government is just 9.1%. I now move to servicing public debt, which I have told you it will take 38% of our budget. And that's why we need to pay a lot of attention to this. 38% of our budget is debt servicing. In a report on public debt and grants read in Parliament on March 27th, total public debt is given on page 12 as 106.22 trillion as at December 2024. This, in our calculation, is 52.4% of the GDP, which is given as 202.7 trillion on page 3 of the budget framework paper. The government committed not to borrow beyond 52.4% of our GDP in the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility. Approving this budget means you are allowing government to go against the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility, which will offend Section 12(6) of the Public Finance Management Act. The section states the annual budget shall be consistent with the National Development Plan, the Charter for Fiscal Responsibility, and the Budget Framework Paper. On page 9 of the report on loans, Minister of Finance observes there is a moderate risk of debt distress, mainly due to slow export growth and rising debt service burden, which amounted to 31.5% of revenue as of June 2024 and projected to stay above 20% throughout the medium term, mainly due to the cost of debt. Uganda has limited room to absorb economic shocks, meaning a significant economic downturn or a shock event could worsen its risk of debt distress. This is what Minister of Finance says. To try to clear this huge debt, government has allocated 27.3 trillion, as I said, which is 38% of the total budget. And this is captured in vote 130. Interestingly, while 27.3 trillion is being allocated for debt servicing, we are seeking to borrow another 32 to fund the budget. One step ahead, two steps behind. We should at worst be borrowing less than what we are paying. You cannot repay 27 and then borrow 34. It means you are not paying. The table again, and that's why, Madam Speaker, it was important for these tables to be available. Chinese loans. China has become the biggest beneficiary of our debt servicing. This financial year, as at December 2024, we had paid China US dollar 178.744 million, equivalent of 679.2 billion. Of this 679 billion that we are paying to China, 212 billion is interest and 13.2 billion is commission and other fees. Currently, Uganda owes China 9.2 trillion. Only the World Bank with 18.3 trillion has lent Uganda more money. Chinese loans are very expensive. Look at the interest they are collecting annually. This parliament must discourage government from recklessly contracting Chinese and commercial bank loans. Again, there is a table to show you people who have lent Uganda money. I have said China is now number 2 at 9.2 trillion, and they are collecting almost $1 trillion from Uganda every year. So you come here to pass a budget, you think it is going to your constituency, it is actually going to China. Total domestic debt. The stock of domestic debt is given by Finance on page 23 of the report on loans and grants as 53.224 trillion as of December 2024. In the Treasury Operations Policy Statement, domestic debt is given as 51.7 trillion. This is mainly the money borrowed from commercial banks to finance our luxury lifestyle in the budget. Sometimes this government borrows money that is paid in 91 days. This is like ordinary people walking to a money lender. The South African banks are the biggest beneficiaries of this lending, especially Stanbic and Standard Chartered. These South African banks collect more than 9 trillion annually in interest from government. Please remember that out of the about 24 licensed commercial banks in Uganda, only 4 are owned by Ugandans. What government calls domestic borrowing is actually foreign external, because these domestic banks are foreign owned. And the list of these banks is given. So they tell you domestic borrowing, you walk to Stanbic and they take the interest to South Africa. I want you also, honorable members, to note, I am now on page 11. We have 27 trillion debt servicing. You need to know who are we paying. First, we are going to pay Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, for stolen gold, 247 billion. So this is what is in the budget, that we are going to clear our debt. So one of the beneficiaries is Democratic Republic of Congo, 247 billion for stolen gold. The 27.3 trillion includes 247 billion to Democratic Republic of Congo for raping Congolese women, looting its gold, diamond and timber, when General Tibuhaburwa ordered its invasion in 1998-99. The soldiers General Tibuhaburwa deployed were accused of rape, while senior commanders and other NRM.
Is a procedure matter?
Madam Speaker, Honorable Semuju is my shadow minister. Those days in the 90s, we didn't have a digital system. What Honorable Semuju is saying here is now being heard around the world. Recently, it was stated that there was a message that was circulated about the attack of Ugandan embassy. The Ugandan ambassador was summoned, and therefore a statement to be on record that Ugandans raped Congolese women is a very serious statement. Isn't it proper that Honorable Semuju have this expunged from our record? Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, how do you feel when your country is full of rapists like you? Because it is you, the men, the rapists, including the person reading the report. How do you feel when your country is portrayed outside there as people, looters, rapists? Why don't we use a more civilized language? You can deliver, Honorable Semuju, you can deliver your message, but when you're using a very polite language, these people understand. You don't have to go vulgar and say all the men, including you and everybody, are rapists.
Madam Speaker, there is a ruling, a judgment. These words are in the judgment. They are not my words.
There was
I
an
don't know
appeal
where
to
the
that
Honorable
effect.
Ekanya lives.
There was an appeal to that effect.
There is no appeal. That's why we are paying. So if you only can allow me and give you the
But
details.
let's be civilized for once. Let's love Uganda. let's love Uganda. When you start bringing those words, do you love your country? How many people out there are listening to what we are talking about? Your
Okay.
report is good.
Let me change.
We love the figures.
Let me change and go to a language that is okay. I am now, because we are paying for three things. First, 225 million for damaged persons, including loss of life, serious bodily injury, sexual violence. Now I am not rape, sexual violence. Recruitment, and these are words as they appear in the judgment. Sexual violence, recruitment and deployment of child soldiers, and population displacement. The total that we are going to pay to Congo is 832 billion. The second item for which we are paying Congo is for damage to property located inside and outside Ituri. You can Google, those of you who have internet, just Google, you will find the judgment. I am not the author of the judgment. Maybe the Honorable Kanya, who is afraid of the international attention, you need to go to the International Court of Justice and tell them to delete and reverse the judgment. 60 million for damage related to natural resources,
Honorable
including
Kanya has
gold.
something to say.
But
Speaker,
will I read the report?
No, Right Honorable Speaker, I have gone to the International Court. The decision between DRC and Uganda to arrive at that figure was settlement out of court. Because Uganda disputed some of the grounds. And the record is very clear. I don't know why the Attorney General cannot put the record clear. Because this is a very serious matter, Right Honorable Speaker. We have Ugandans who are trading in DRC. We have Ugandans trading in South Africa. Issues of cross-border and international relationship should be handled carefully. The payment to DRC was out of settlement, out of court settlement, because Uganda disputed some of those grounds. And the records are clear. I have read it. I have followed it. Is it order for the Right Honorable Semuju to allege that what he's stating is correct?
Honorable members.
No, we are paying for out-of-court settlement for
But Madam
Ugandan
Speaker, it is
forces
also unfair
entering
for
DRC.
someone who signed the main report to stop someone reading a minority report. Because he signed his report he agrees with. So why does he want me to stop me? This is...
Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Right Honorable, I would expect that we stick to our rules, and the dissent minority report must be on dissenting issues.
Yes, not just
Issues of these judgments did not come up in the meeting.
Yeah.
And of course, if it's already a judgment, as he says, then it's a sunk cost. It's irrelevant even to discuss it. You must allocate, and there's nothing to challenge about it. So let's discuss where let's discuss where there is a dissent
on figures
on the matter.
You signed the main report. You are the one who has tabled the minority report. Now you are saying it should not be read.
You know, the problem that our members have now, they are basically doing politics. But you're going to do politics at the expense of your country.
Madam Speaker,
And when you hear the chairman say, yes, we have a 72 trillion, what are you dissenting on? What don't you want to be funded? And if you don't want to be funded, just say you don't want this borrowing.
Madam Speaker, I am a politician elected by the people of Chira. I am not one of those politicians who fear to do politics. I didn't come here to do medicine. I came here to do politics. Madam Speaker, our disagreement, I signed this report with two colleagues, the Honorable Karim
It's a
Masaba.
procedure matter.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I am raising on a matter of procedure with a lot of pain. My senior colleague, who is a veteran in this House, and hiding behind the issue of politics seems to have derived a lot of fun and joy in destroying the reputation of this country. This house, every member of parliament in this house is part of government. Yesterday, the same speaker kept calling the matter this house, you people, and distancing himself from what happens in this house. We have a matter of collective responsibility. There are many things we don't agree with here, but once the house makes a decision, we go back with collective responsibility. So I am concerned here that, is it in order for our colleague who stands as a member of parliament for a constituency within the center of the city to continue to derive joy in demeaning this parliament, demeaning government, and putting a bad name to the whole country and the whole globe, that Uganda is a negative country, is a bad country, is in every way possible to be pulled down? Is he in order to move like that procedurally? I beg to request and submit.
No, I don't wait. So you have become a speaker.
Silas?
Right Honorable Speaker, if the rules allow, my point of order goes to Honorable Eseno. Honorable Semuju Nganda has all the right to present his position. Number two, Uganda knows that when you do certain things, they will embarrass you. We ought to have known that when we do this and this and this, we get embarrassed, and we should have not gone there. We would have not reached where we have reached today. So I don't want to touch on the words that he has touched, but the issue is, as a country, we must learn from this point, that next time we should not do certain things, so that we get protected. We protect our image, not to lament here when we are the ones who began with it. And therefore, would love to raise the point of order. Whether Honorable Eseno is proper in trying to stop a member of parliament who is only trying to do his best to tell the country that let us not do certain things, is in order.
Honorable members, I want to refer you to Rule 215 on dissent from a decision of the majority. A member of a committee dissenting from a decision of the majority may state in writing the reason of dissent, and the statement of reason shall form part of the report of the committee. 2, the member of the committee dissenting from the decision of the majority shall be given time to present the statement and reasons referred to in sub-rule 1. And in preparing this statement of reason of dissent, a member of the committee shall be accorded reasonable assistance. That's okay. Now, I just want you to guide us. Where are you dissenting from with the main report?
Madam Speaker, I stated at the beginning that, let me repeat, first paragraph. We are opposed to the approval of the 72.376 trillion budget unless it is restructured as proposed to address the socio-economic challenges of our country. Our disagreement is on the budget. And I am pointing out why we disagree, that Uganda cannot continue paying a debt.
Honorable Semuju, as a senior member in this house, we appreciate your disagreement, but bring your matters with dignity. We can disagree respectfully. That room of disagreement is there, but you don't need to bring all that destroys the country. You are raising very good points, very, very good points, but the wording matters a lot. Honorable Duru, first wait, because I know for you cannot mention some of these words with your mouth. You cannot. This, I know you. Jonah, I know there are words you cannot mention. You first sit. So, you have very good points. You have really very good points. But bring it in a way that does not make people think we are only playing politics.
And Madam Speaker, I want to...
Oduru was brought up.
I want to... Because, Madam Speaker, there is no amount of attack that will stop me from presenting my report. No amount of attack. And I want to assure every colleague here, no amount of attack will stop me from presenting my report. I did not author the judgment. The judgment, you can Google it.
Chair, Vice Chair.
Madam Speaker, we respect the views of Honorable Semunyo Nganda in his decision, and his colleagues try to disagree with the majority decision of the committee presented in the report of budget today. He has just highlighted one of the points where he says he disagrees with this committee, although we didn't capture it, that he's not agreeing with the passing of this budget because he's not interested in the debt being paid. Can he present, because this matter was not presented before the Committee of Budget, for us to accept or reject? What is his opinion in processing this budget? Madam Speaker, in processing this budget, I've been at the chair. It didn't arise at any one point that he was disagreeing with the payment of debt obligations. As a member of this House and a member of that committee, and as a law-abiding citizen of Uganda, what's your opinion on the payment of this debt?
Honorable Remigio, all of us here would disagree with the payment. But what we are saying, let it be brought in a proper language. Proper language. Because this money is taxpayers' money. It is taxpayers' money. But what we are saying, let it be in a proper language for people to appreciate than destroying your own country.
Madam Speaker, I want to ask my chair to allow me present. Because if I discuss the things that happen in the committee, you're going to be embarrassed. If I discuss them. So can I continue? Madam Speaker, I am now...
Can you conclude?
I am is being wasted. I am on page 12. Because this parliament must understand that when you pass 27 trillion to pay debt, who are you paying? I am on page 12, Madam Speaker. Budgeting 60 billion to pay ROCO debts. Also included, I am shocked that the chair says this is not in the budget. So which means you don't even know which budget you have recommended to Parliament. Also included in the 27.3 trillion debt servicing is 60 billion amount for local construction company. Uganda is acquiring preferential shares in this collapsing company. This Parliament authorized the government in July 2022 to acquire 150,000 shares in ROCO at a cost of 207 billion to be paid over 5 years. This payment to ROCO is now part of our public debt obligation. As of May 2022, ROCO debts were at an equivalent of 414 billion. The company owed banks several amount of money. I don't have to read the names. As usual, General Museveni stepped in since the proprietors are his friends who helped him when he was fighting to remove government in 1980-86. That's how the debt was contracted. We are borrowing to help pay someone else's debt. We borrow to help someone pay his debt. The Auditor General, in December 2024 annual report on page 24 states that the shares in ROCO were irregularly purchased. The resolutions by the company allotting government shares were done before parliamentary approval. The Auditor General fears legal disputes may arise in the future. I am only alerting Parliament to be aware. PNET to get another 465 billion. Also part of the 27 trillion debt servicing is 465 billion for President Museveni's Italian friend, Enrica Maria Aristidina Pinetti. The 446 billion will be deposited on an escrow account accessed only by Aristidina. Remember, Pineti has just been given 298 billion in a supplementary request schedule number 3, passed about 2 months ago. So far, we have given Pineti 774.469 billion. We are now adding another 465 billion in this budget. This will bring total amount given to Pineti for Luoa to 1.239 trillion. Whatever this woman did too, or for our president, only Allah knows. The table below gives you a history of how we have been paying Pineti since April 2021.
Honorable Semuju, don't impute a motive that the woman has
I said I don't know, so I'm imputing nothing.
No, the woman is just a businesswoman.
Yeah, that's what, Madam Speaker, I said I don't know which business.
No, but it's not the president giving her business, it's government. Whatever she did for government, not the president.
Madam Speaker,
it's not personal. No,
I
it's
don't
not.
want to go there.
It is not personal to the president. Please, let it be to government, not to the president.
It can be changed as you have said, but the report has...
It is not personal.
Madam Speaker, I have provided a schedule.
Honorable Semuju?
Yes.
It is not personal to His Excellency the President.
No, the reason is because she went to the President. That's
She
where,
went with
that's
you?
where
Did she go with you?
I am going to show you photographs. Wait. Next page. So this schedule you see there, as of July 13th, 2022, we had given Pineti this amount of money. We have now increased. You can go to page 14. Now they are not putting them proper, but you can see Pineti and President Museveni. And then continue below. Here, I think it was deliberate, but here it is very clear. You have Pineti addressing Honorable Matia Kasaija, the Secretary to the Treasury. So the workers of the President are now being addressed by Pineti. She's a very special person. You may deny, but she is. That you meet the President and then go and summon the whole of finance. I am now on page 15, paying Mubaje debts. Also in the budget, there is 14 billion to help Mufti Ramadan Mubaje repay his debt. Sheikh Mubaje sold Uganda Muslim Muslim Council farmland in Zimbabwe to 2 different people. One of the buyers took him to court and obtained an order to attach Uganda Muslim Muslim Council property, including the National Mosque. Now President Museveni has ordered that taxpayers' money be allocated to Mubaje to help him repay the money he ate. This allocation is captured in the second budget called circular. Like President Museveni, Mubaje changed the Uganda Muslim Council constitution to remain in office when he clocked 70, bird of the same feather. Page 16. I have finished 38% of the budget which is going to pay debt. You need to know at the end of this debate that actually there is no budget you are passing. 38 has gone to the debt. 16% of the budget is to government employees, including ourselves here. Wage will consume 8.5 trillion of the budget, representing 11.5. It takes the second biggest share. The Auditor General in his annual report dated December 2023 said, verified public employees on the payroll are 396,997, which is 0.8% of the total population. Uganda's population is 45.9 million. So you who are less than 1% of the population, you are taking 11% of the total budget. The President on Labour Day, May 1st, in the Kapilipili said, public service now employs 480. This will still be less than 1%. And wage is not only expense, is not the only expense taxpayers are incurring on public servants. There are other direct expenses listed below, which totals to about 4.4 trillion. Taxpayers are spending, if you add, 12.8 trillion on public servants, representing roughly 16%. So you can look at that table. After paying us a salary of 8.5 trillion, then we are the ones traveling using these vehicles. We are the ones in consultancy, special meals and drinks, buying fuel, workshops, welfare and entertainment, research, vehicle maintenance, donations, advertising and public relations, beddings, clothing and footwear, travel abroad, residential building acquisitions, vehicle acquisition, books, periodicals, newspapers, furniture fittings, official ceremonies and functions. So when you add the wage and these tenant costs, you come to 12.8 trillion. Mind you, 37 trillion has already gone to debt servicing. You are now chopping off 12 trillion to just less than 1% of the population. Interestingly, you need to, 1% is wondering why PDM not making the rest of the population wealthy. So the rest of the population, you give them 1% of the budget, which is 1 trillion. The president is Uganda's employee number one. He's the head of all of us, the 400,000 public servants. His residence has been given 500 billion, and his office 306 billion. This financial year, the budget for the residents alone, after the supplementaries, came to 1 trillion, the same amount that you give to PDM. So after consuming 16.7 trillion of the entire budget, number one employee fuels his motorcade and goes to check on the rest of the population to find out why they are still poor. This is especially after budgeting for 1 trillion under parish development model. So the PDM constitutes just 1.3% of the entire budget. So you consume 16% of the budget, fuel vehicles. You can see the photos are not clear there. The convoys are on the road, putting fuel to go and check on the rest of the population why they are still poor. The ones that take 1% of the budget and you take 16%. Because the country is spending nearly 12 trillion on its human resource, Parliament must scrutinize these lists. These books here contain lists of all the staff for government entities. We have a duty to scrutinize them and report on them, which the majority committee did not do. That's why they want to restrict me to figures. But these budget papers have wages, names, lists. We must establish whether we have the right human resource and in the right places. Kenya, as I noted last year, is auditing its human resource. They want to employ more technical people than support staff. Look, our president employs 92 cooks to cook for him. When you analyze the list of staff of State House, which is given, it reveals two things: too much eating and resting. State House has 92 cooks of all types. Even a bigger hotel such as Sheraton, Serena, don't have these numbers. It is simply opulence. How many times does our president eat in a day to require 92 cooks? There is no state house in the world that is as luxurious as ours. You cannot be budgeting for pirao, karo, kashera, chapati, chaps for our president when there are no nonsense in Morago. The names, if you want, the names are here. They are given by the president's office. They are not my names. Now you're about to say, change the language. These
Honorable
90 are in the book.
Semujo, the cooks in the State House do not only cook for the president and his family. Even when we have these members going for caucus, they cook for everybody. Even when we go for iPod, they cook for everybody. These are cooks for government, not personal cooks. These cooks are there. They are civil servants. They cook for the whole country. All the people who go to State House, they cook for them. You want to portray the president like he's very insensitive, really, for heaven's
But
sake.
Madam Speaker, you're making it very difficult for me to read the report. These figures, we should ask the president not to submit them next time, because he's the one who submitted them.
But it's a requirement of the law.
Yes, so why is it a problem if I am reading them?
Let it be the cooks are for State House, not for President Museveni.
State House is for the president under the President, Vice President, Prime Minister's Emolument Act. Other people who go there to eat our money are committing a crime.
Yes, Honorable Kabanda.
Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Semuju, while appearing on Capital Gang that was hosted in State House, where President Museveni was also a guest. Yes, Capital Gang was hosted
When
in
was
State House. Honorable Abdu Katuntu was among the guests. Honorable Semuju himself confirmed that when he was hosted in State House, he took tea, kalo, and ate some of the samosas.
So he's one of the
So
criminals.
are you part of the group that is eating government money when you are not entitled to eat?
And he's a criminal.
And you are a criminal, you committed a crime.
Madam Speaker, I thought he's going to say that these cooks are not there. That's what I thought he would say. He has actually given evidence that even when I visited for a talk show, I can feed myself, but the luxury at State House, they will give everybody. That's what he has confirmed. I have summarized on page 23 the staff categories. Drivers in State House, 170. Gardeners, 87. Cleaners, 82. Waiters and waitress, 77. Cooks, 59. Housekeepers, 31. Mechanics, 30. Chefs, 15. Motor vehicle attendants, 15. Room attendants, 15. Police officers, 12. Catering officers, 11. Stewards, 11. I don't want colleagues to lose the point I am making. I am showing you the allocation of the budget. 27 debt servicing. 12 trillion we are spending on ourselves. So the total, I don't have to read each and everything, 653 staff who are there cooking karo, dobbies, who, according to the staff list contained in the President's policy statement, the President employs 1,299 staff at his residence, State House, 1,389 in his office. A further 285 positions have been cleared for recruitment next financial year. The recruitment will bring total President workforce to 2,973. This is bigger than 2 secondary schools. You now come to RDCs, because you see, this is important. When you pass a budget, you are also passing and approving recruitment plans. These documents have recruitment plans. If the committee doesn't want to report on them, the main committee, it is unfair to stop others from reporting on it, because you're not only approving budgets, you are approving recruitment plans. We now have 657 RDCs. Remember, the Constitution, I don't have to read this, says there will be an RDC per district. I don't know if the districts have now grown to 657. I will go to Morago Referral Hospital to compare. Morago operating at 49% human resource capacity. In this report, we compare Morago National Referral Hospital and the State House, President's Office, staffing levels. Both State House and President's Office employ 3,000 staff, while Morago has 1,308. Total number of staff required to run Morago is 2,649 members of staff, but only 1,308 have been recruited, which is 49% of the total requirement. Morago needs 1,338 staff to operate at full capacity. The list below shows the critical staff missing at Mulago Referral Hospital. I don't have to go through the whole list, but you can see. This is where all of us go when we have problems. There are no staff, there are 90 cooks. Deliberately, I think the ones who uploaded did not put, but I wanted to summarize so I don't take a lot of time. This picture, if you're able to see, you have tens of children eating from the same container. And then you have our head of state picking food from a banquet, from a buffet. This is how I've summarized PDM. Thousands of people are eating from one container. The rest have a buffet. So the ones who are enjoying a buffet are telling these thousands eating from a container, why are you not getting satisfied? He has now gone around inspecting. So you are on a buffet, picking meat, picking rice, picking chicken. And these ones you have given them kaunga, all of them, you are asking them, why are you not getting satisfied? That's the economy of Uganda. 12 trillion is being spent on less than 1% of the population. And then you send 1 trillion and you're asking these people, why are you not getting wealth? Let us look at the 1 trillion in the budget that will be given to, because we are told 14.8 million Ugandans who are still in subsistence agriculture under the partial development model. I don't have to repeat, that's why I use the photos to illustrate. I can now go to page 30. I'm about to finish. And this, for us, is the critical point. Budget must address conditions of our people. Our proposal to restructure the budget to address the socio-economic situation in the country, let us look at that situation that we are saying must be addressed. 14 million Ugandans walk barefoot. Right, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members, 31% of Uganda's population, approximately 14 million, do not have at least 2 sets of clothing or a pair of shoes. Majority of these clothes and shoeless people are in Karamoja, where according to UBOS, 62% are without a pair of shoes and 37% are without 2 sets of clothing. Karamoja is followed by Busoga, where 26% of the population do not own 2 sets of clothing, and 33% are still walking barefoot. This situation is evident when you look at the number of children in Busoga walking to school in plastic sandals called Nigina or barefoot. Rango, Teso, Buked, and Western Nile follow. This is according to UBOS. Ownership of clothing, according to UBOS and shoes, serves as a basic measure of household welfare, reflecting both economic capability and social status. These items, UBOS says, symbolize personal dignity and community standing. Children feel very bad if you didn't know if they don't have them. You need to read General Museveni's book. He still remembers that when they were in primary school, only Sir Richard Kaijuka had shoes. At 80, it is still paining him. There are photos here of children. Unfortunately, someone sabotaged the photos, but you can see them in their hundreds going to school barefoot. I got page 32. 15.7 million Ugandans have no jobs. Uganda's working population is 25 million, which is 56% of the total population, according to UBOS. Uganda's National Employment Policy 2021 defines 14 to 64 as the working age. Only 9.4 million of these 25 million are employed, according to UBOS. This simply means 15 million people are without jobs. General Tibuhabu on Labour Day stated that 1.4 million people are working in factories, 3.6 million in agriculture, 5 million in service, 46,000 in ICT, 408 in public service. Of course, President Museveni figures are exaggerated because the Auditor General, after head count, quoted 396,000 as the number of public service figure. The National Bureau of Statistics on page 162 of the census surprisingly records 13% of the working age as the number of the unemployed. This percentage of 13% actually means 3.2 million people and not 1.2 million as they put. Whichever figure you take, unemployment in the country is high, but even those reported to be working in factories are paid peanuts and are working under very harsh conditions. Among the youth aged 10 to 30, numbering 10 million, only 1.6 million are without jobs. That's why younger people are restless. The solution cannot be abduction, court-martial, and prison. The solution is to look for jobs for them. Only 2.7 million Ugandans own bank accounts. We are told we are being moved into money economy. Maybe they will put us on trucks and drive us there. Only 2.7 million own bank accounts. On page 171 of the census report, UBOS reveals that only 2.7 million Ugandans own bank accounts. The bank account ownership gives a fairer picture of who really is working and is in money economy. Both government and private sector pay through banks and are required by law to remit workers' savings to NSSF or various pension schemes. If only 2.7 million people, which is 10% of the working age, own bank accounts, it means many Ugandans are casual laborers. Bank of Uganda, in a 2022 financial capability survey, found out that 49% of Ugandan employees are paid 150,000 and below. Those paid between 250 and 150 are just 33%. People who are paid $500,000, between $500,000 and 250 are 11.1. Those who are paid between $500,000 and $1 million are 5.7. The Ugandans who are paid a salary of more than 1 million are just 0.9% of the population. That is the money economy for you in our country. 28 million Ugandans still using firewood for cooking. According to UBOS, 28 million people are still using firewood as main source of energy for cooking. This is 62% of the country's population. This affects the environment adversely and a source of ill health. 89% of the population is using firewood and charcoal. In Karamoja, 56% are still cooking in open space. The chair who presented the report said this is the best budget. Of the 10 million households, only 25 are using electricity for lighting and 28 are using solar. 5 million Ugandans ride borders. According to UBOS, bicycles remain the main means of transport in the country. At least 20% of the population, roughly about 9 million people, own bicycles. 12%, 5.5 million, own motorcycles. 3.9, which is 1.8 million, own vehicles. What this means is that we are a border and bicycle economy. 14 million Ugandans in subsistence economy. According to the census, 3.5 million households, which is 33% of the total 10.6 million households in the country, are still engaged in subsistence economy. This is 14.8 million people. Just 2 pages and I finish, the rest are just annexes. According to UBOS, 62% of the entire population is in agriculture. This percentage means 28 million people are still surviving on agriculture. 5.6 million families share a room each, have no toilet. According to the census, there are 10.6 million households in Uganda. The average size of a household is 4.2 persons. According to the census, 53% of the households in the country sleep, 4 people sleep in one room. In Karamoja, it is even worse. It is 70% of the households that are sleeping in one room dwelling. So families have one room, that's where they sleep. According to the UBOS report, 7% of Uganda's population is without a toilet facility, still engaged in open defecation. Open defecation in Karamoja is at 60%, according to UBOS. World Health Organization underpins safe disposal of human waste as one of the key measures to reduce diarrhea transmission. Only 4.7 million households had improved sanitation facilities. As many as 6.5 million households are still using firewood. 20 million Ugandans food insecure. The Bureau of Statistics on page 356 of their report notes that 20 million Ugandans are moderately or severely food insecure. This is 4 people in every 10, representing 46% of the entire population. Again, Karamoja is worst hit, with 63% of the population suffering from food insecurity. It is followed by Teso. The chair of the committee is from Teso, the vice is from Karamoja. It is followed by Teso at 50% and Bukedi also at 50%. Also the reason is not very difficult to find. On page 332, UBOS reports that 98% of the country is still relying on rainwater for agriculture production. Irrigation is being undertaken only at 4%. Mind you, 62% of Uganda's population, or 20 million, are engaged and survive on agriculture. There was a proposal last year to buy and roll out 300 tractors to boost agriculture production. Mr. Museveni ordered this parliament to remove money for tractors. It had allocated last year, and you remember who we gave it to, Magora. The amount required for these tractors, 300 billion. The vice chair here was very happy that this is the best budget. You want 300 billion for tractors, they have provided 25. Very good budget. Last year, Parliament had also allocated 60 billion to complete construction of health centers. The list, you still have it. President Museveni forced Parliament to instead allocate this money, as I said, to Magora. He has now restored only 25 billion. You have, they can buy a regional Pharaoh hospital. No window, nothing. Almost 95% completed. You can't find money to complete it. And then you come here and say this is the best budget. For you, from Mbale, if it is the best, I thank you. I am finishing. This is the last. Our recommendation is that don't approve the budget until it is structured to deal with the country's socio-economic challenges. The money for workshops, entertainment, travel, fuel, etc. should be reallocated to education, health, agriculture, and roads. You are accosting the Minister of Works here. He doesn't have money, 900 billion to buy fuel for government vehicles, and then they begin moving around as if they are touring the country. The final pages are just staff. I don't have to read them. Staff of our dear president, including Kukusi, gardeners. But I have also put the staff of Murago Hospital for you to appreciate that the National Referral Hospital operates at 49%. Our view, since the law says that the budget should be passed by 30th of May, is for you to reject this particular budget. We go back and restructure it to deal with those issues that are affecting our people. If you don't, you will have betrayed them. I want to thank you very much, honourable members, for listening to me, and Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, you've heard the minority and then the major report. Yes, Honourable Silas.
Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank...
And honourable members, I want to remind you, you debated this report when you brought BFP ministerial statements, and I want you to be sensitive that we must handle this process and finish. I'm giving you just 1 minute.
Right Honourable Chair, thank you for the 1 minute. I chair the WASH Forum. My concern is about the so many villages in Uganda without even a single water source. The budget committee needs to provide money for that.
Thank
you. We know, today we had a meeting with the Ntoroko and the Bundibujo districts. Those areas are prone with these disasters.
Did you take them to the sectoral committee and the budget committee?
Madam Chair, we already talked about them, but I'm emphasizing. So those districts need to be helped with the piped water. They don't have ecos and toilets. And yet when it floods, the area floods, they cannot support themselves with good toilet systems.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. My concern with the budget is the allocation that has been given to cattle compensation, which has considered only Teso, Lango, and Acholi. Bukedi, I wanted to ask, Bukedi has not been considered, and these issues lingering around the Bukedi. I'm wondering why they consider only those one, and yet they consider them they are being considering them in other budgets. We expected the other regions also to be included.
Thank you. The presidential pledge on Teso, Lango, and Acholi. Goretti.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I thank the Chair for the main report, but I'm in support of the minority report that we give time for this budget to be restructured. Right Honourable Speaker, my main concern is about domestic arrears. An allocation of 1.4 trillion versus a 15 trillion. And for the Minister of Works alone, the Minister of Works has a 1.7 trillion arrears. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I beg that we revise on the figure of domestic arrears, not frustrate the private sector. Number two is about the 60 billion allocation to ROCO. Right Honourable Speaker, I request that we refer payment or allocation of that money, because the Auditor General in his report made the recommendation that the PSST should stay any allocation to private companies till when we get a right framework on how to give bailouts to private companies. Right Honourable Speaker, lastly is the issue of about the RDCs. Right
We will not do reallocation in the House. That's why we had all the time to go to the sector committee, to the budget committee on those issues. But Honourable Minister, take note of what the member is raising. Santa Ole Oduru. After Santa Duru Ole.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable. Right Honourable, I think our problem as a country is cutting the coat, which is so big for our size. Madam Speaker, the budgeting is about the amount of money we expect and how we are going to spend it. Yesterday, the Minister of Works was here crying for money. And Madam Speaker, I think this is the right time that we have to provide the Ministry of Works with money to work on our roads, because that is the foundation of everything. Secondly, Right Honourable Speaker, the issue of giving money or bailing individuals like Rocco, Penetti, and the rest. Right Honourable Speaker, we are having money, inadequate money for the PDM. Why can't we use this money to address some of these challenges whereby the majority of Ugandans don't have money to expend, and we are giving money to few individuals, Madam Speaker?
Thank you. Honourable members, by the way, I want to invite you people to go and see Lubwa Hospital. We are about to open. Yes, Lubwa Hospital is almost. I am going to go to Lubwa Hospital with the leader of opposition. We are going to visit it. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when we discuss the budget, we don't only discuss the figures, but we also discuss other issues that inform the budget.
Please do.
So for that reason, first, I want to fault the government budget strategy. We are so good at coining terminologies, full monetization. Full monetization supposedly means that when you go, you find people with money, full in their pockets or in their banks or somewhere. But what do you find in Uganda? Full poverty. You say higher income at household level. The budget strategy. What do you find at household level? From the UBOS report, people are more poor. You talk about market access. But we are here crying about people who can't sell their sugarcane, can't sell their tea, can't sell their milk. So the first issue is, are people in government really thinking, or they just go to the dictionaries and pick words and then they give the minister to come and present here? These are the realities we have to check. Secondly, if you are talking about now the strategy itself, agro-industrialization and tourism, I want to fault government for thinking that tourism is national parks. Tourism is watching animals. When we apply for visas to visit some of these countries, which visa do they give you? A tourist visa. If there is a place in Uganda that requires support for tourist development, it is Kampala. Because everyone comes to Kampala for a visit. It is the urban centers that we have. So the facilities within the urban centers where people come to see. In Lira, for example, Lira City, we have tourists who come from Agago, we have tourists from Abim, who come on a daily basis to visit Lira and they go back. And there are so many tourists who come to Kampala for this visit. So the point I'm raising is we should depart.
What is it? No, let
Thank
him.
you,
Let
the
him
right honourable Speaker.
Honourable Agago, let him
Madam
finish
Speaker,
his.
Madam Speaker, I come from Agago.
Can you, Honourable Duru, can you finish? He's a tourist. We are all tourists. Even me, I'm a tourist in Kampala. Yes, we are all tourists.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I want to pick up the issue, for example, of coffee. We are investing a lot to process our coffee, but if you don't develop the internal capacity, the market, to buy coffee, even to say a developed country, you see with the amount of intake of coffee they do. I've just learned recently that Ethiopia, which is ahead of us, for example, consumes 50% of their coffee production. But for us, we consume less than 10%. So the coffee we make, 90% is for export. So the point I'm making is, even when we think of agro-industrialization, we should think whether we have the purchasing power, whether we have developed the capacity to be able to deal with that. The third one, briefly, is about the economic pillars. Unemployment, balance of trade, debt to GDP ratio, our reserves, etc. In Uganda, if a government advertises for a job, people are more attracted to work for the government than for the private sector. I can give the example of lawyers. The amount of lawyers applying to join to be grade 1 magistrates, senior lawyers, shows you that the economy is collapsing. A developing economy, the one growing as stated by government, is the one that attracts more into the private sector employment.
Thank you. I thought you had finished. Okay.
So lastly, I want to point out that this entire budget is a corruption-led budget. The Honorable Semujo has done good justice in pointing out the areas. When you examine the items proposed to this parliament for financing, and he listed them, donations, corporate social responsibilities, and etc., it's just money we are passing for people to enjoy. I would rather support that these monies are allocated, for example, in education sector. If you go to Kwarikwar sub-county in Bukedea.
Kwarikwar is okay. Don't put it there. We have no problem.
Yeah, just because we
no,
are provided.
we don't have a problem.
Because now we are provided for it.
No, we don't have a problem in Kwarikwar.
Okay, let me now mention another one.
You say in Otuke?
Okay, no, I don't know about Otuke, but in Etek, in Uyudek, we don't have seed secondary schools. So my proposal is we go back and review.
Dr. Yume.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. In 2023, we passed a very good bill called the Uganda Human Organ Donation and Transplant Bill. And I think it's one of the best, and I thank Parliament and His Excellency for assenting to the bill. Right Honourable Speaker, for the last 3 financial years, we have not provided any money for organ transplant. And what we need is 5 billion shillings. I'm sure most members of Parliament are called to fundraise for constituents or their beloved ones to take to India and Turkey at $30,000. So the limitation is 5 billion shillings, Right Honourable Speaker. And the 120 Ugandans case backlog who need kidney transplant will be able to get a service. Mulago is ready. Zambia Hospital is ready for liver transplant.
Dr. Rionga, Honorable Nzima.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Also, I would like to appreciate the Chair and the committee for the report. Right Honourable Speaker, in our sector, we have very many uncompleted stalled structures. Some have spent 3 or 4 or 5 years. And some of these contractors, they have put in their monies and they want to sue the government for non-payment. And also, we are going to host AFCON in Hoima. But we have a ward which was demolished with the promise of constructing another one. The contractor they got the contractor, and we have 1.15 billion. We requested the committee.
I hope we are not going into constituencies.
This is the regional referral hospital for 8 districts, and we are going to host AFCON. We had requested, we have 1.15 billion.
AFCON has its money, AFCON has its money, and for working on the services around the hospitals, the roads, and whatever. So, Doctor, that one is catered for. It's catered for. Yes. Honorable Nzima.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to talk about one of the items to achieve the budget strategy, which is commercial agriculture. I mean, commercialization of agriculture. I think one of the intentions to commercialize agriculture was to produce on large scale, and this goes with distribution of tractors. Whereas, as my colleagues had said, many times we come up with statements that we are going to do commercial agriculture, but when we look at our actions in terms of allocation to those areas, they did not match with our statements. Our government had, in the last budget, intended to give out tractors per sub-county. But since last year, Feb, what happened was giving only 1 tractor per district. And this one for districts near West Nile, Acholi, and Lango.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam. Let me conclude that statement. This 1 tractor per district were given without the disc plows. For 1 year, they are there. Instead of giving...
The tractor was given without the plows.
Yes, they were giving without disc plows. For 1 year, we have been making noise on this floor of Parliament. And yet here, when it comes to budget, we are saying commercialized agriculture is one of our strategies. But when we come to allocations...
The Minister of Agriculture is here. We will make a follow-up on that.
So my conclusion is that, Madam Speaker, I think that original intention by government to give tractor per sub-county, that should be maintained. And we should move towards achieving that. But when Honorable Semuju was presenting, he said, though the planned figure was supposed to be 300 billion, this is being brought back to, downward to 20 billion. So do we really mean what we speak or what we plan? That's my question to government.
Thank you. The Minister wants to respond to you immediately.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the question of plough has been explained several times here in the House. The supplier supplied tractors less ploughs because they are defective. We corrected, and the supplier is due to supply, I think, early next month.
And you will get your plows and the tractors. Jennifer?
Madam Speaker, thank you. There's the Climate Smart program in Uganda, where 69 districts have been considered, especially the refugee hosting districts of Koboko, Yumbe, and so on. And Marata being a neighbor of these districts, it was considered in the program. And surprisingly, Madam Speaker, Marata has been left out during the identification of the focal point person. And I would like to request that this be addressed, because I wrote to the PS, and since then no reply. I thank you.
Thank you. I want to request you people, let's not look at individual constituencies. It's a national budget. Lob.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Committee of Budget for the report on the proposed annual budget 2025-2026, but particularly the Honorable Semuju for being spot on, and I have nothing useful to add. Apart from, Madam Speaker, reminding the House that in 2022 November, this House approved a World Bank funded project, rural electrification project called the Electricity Access Scale Up Project 1775. Madam Speaker, it targeted over 1 million connections. As we talk, rural electrification, for those of us who have constituencies in a rural setting, have stalled. Thank you. But in the budget on page 32, we have another good project on Orio mini hydro power plant. I don't want to downplay the importance of this off-grid power plants. But the truth of the matter is the urgent need that the country, that we have to unlock that amount of money, that whooping 345 billion that is meant for the project, and Uganda, on its part of the bargain, is supposed to merely raise 21 billion for counterpart funding to pay or rather compensate the project affected persons and to acquire the waylifts. The budget committee has allocated, or government and finance has allocated 26 billion to Orio mini hydropower plant. Couldn't you consider reallocating merely 20 billion to unlock, this is an urgent need, to unlock this 345 billion for rural electrification operations to resume? Madam Speaker, I would have loved to proceed, but this is a very important keen observation that I've made in the main report, which is a universal
love.
Right Honourable Speaker, I want to appreciate the colleagues that have presented. Even the one who I don't agree with, it is okay to appreciate them. Right Honourable Speaker, government came up with a strategy called BUBU, Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, and it has tried to actualize it. How? By contracting local businesses to do work. But here is the problem, Right Honourable Speaker. Domestic areas, as by the end of financial year 2023-2024, 13.8 trillion shillings. These are businesses that have done work for government, and government just does not want to pay them. These businesses borrow money from banks after they've gotten a contract from government, and so they use that to go to the bank as guarantee, I will pay you your money. And they get bank loans, government doesn't pay, and these businesses are collapsing. I don't know why. I don't know why government does not prioritize this. You see, part of the challenge is because government, Ministry of Finance, does not even like to consider this as part of debt. The other time we were having an exchange here with Honorable Musasizi, because for him he's convinced this is not part of debt. But you see, if somebody does work for you, you have not paid them 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, that is money you owe them. In simple English, that is a debt. So maybe that's why you're not paying it, because you don't think it is a debt, and I don't know why. Honourable Speaker, we are giving free money to many of these companies, free money. Atiak, Day Biopharma, Rocco, Inspire Africa Coffee Factory, and so on and so forth. But we don't want to pay those who have availed services to government. I don't see how that makes sense. You're giving free money to some companies. You're saying, well, they're about to collapse and so on. But these ones render the service to you as government, and you don't want to pay. We need to reprioritize, honestly speaking. The excuse that we keep hearing, that you see these accounting officers, they overcommit government. The person who has rendered the service is not to blame. You punish your accounting officers who are overcommitting you, but pay the people who have signed contracts with government. That should not be their problem. You cannot tell them, you see, accounting officers are overcommitting government, so we are not going to pay. But whose problem is that? That's why you made them accounting officers. So they operate on your behalf. And so to the other person who is having a contractual obligation with them, for them they've got a good contract. So you punish your accounting officers if they're overstepping their bounds. But can we pay the people that we owe? Honorable Speaker, these companies, the private companies that have been given free money, Achak Sugar Factory, 563 billion, Day Biopharma, 723 billion, Rocco, 263 billion, Inspire Africa Coffee Factory. In fact, that one, when we went to eat, the proprietor said he did not know the exact figure, which shocked me. Because government has been giving you billions of shillings. We put him to task, he said, I don't have the exact figure. I found that to be odd. Honorable Speaker, the Attorney General, my friend, Senior Counsel Chiriwa Chiwanuka, promised here a couple of days ago that he is going to avail all documentation pertaining to these monies that were given to these companies. Because for some of them, government said we have purchased shares. So we said, where are the share purchasing agreements? For some, of course, when you to do that, there must be a chief government valuation report. The Attorney General promised that he's going to bring those documents here. Where are they? Last year, Right Honorable Speaker, when we were debating the issue of Day Biopharma, you, Right Honorable Speaker, told the House that no, let's pass this money. Afterwards, government will bring the agreement, because our concern was that, number one, there is no agreement. Number two, you've not valued the company. How do you buy shares in a company that you have not valued? And then they came here to us and said, let's pass the money. And we pleaded with you, Right Honorable Speaker, and said, let's not put the cart before the horse. You said, no, the money can be passed. The agreements will be obtained. Where are those agreements? Because we actually objected to that idea. You don't do this first. You don't first avail the money. So what happens if the valuation turns out that actually the company is less valuable than you thought? That's a problem. I hope that the Attorney General can make good the promise that he made. Honorable Speaker, as I begin to wrap up, I'm glad you've talked about Lubowa Hospital and you have promised to go with me.
I'm actually going with you.
Because the last time I went, I was denied access. The last time the Minister of Health, who is supposed to supervise that project, was denied access.
Honorable Lob,
yes, right.
It was dangerous for you because the construction was still at the...
Oh, really?
The debris would fall on you, but now that we are in the final stages, we can go.
Actually, Right Honorable Speaker, it's more dangerous now because they are putting up a shell. The other time there was nothing. So there was no debris going to fall on me and my colleagues. But anyhow, Honorable Speaker, we have injected now 774 billion shillings into Lubowa Hospital project. You see, as we kept complaining, they began to put up a shell structure. And when you're passing by the road, you can see a structure there. But Right Honorable Speaker, this 774 billion shillings has got to be fully accounted for. I hope that there will be an audit, because that shell structure cannot account for 774 billion shillings. So we need to do a proper audit. I am glad you're saying we are going to pay a visit there. I hope they will not tear gas our Speaker. Those people are not easy.
No, they will not.
But importantly, Right Honorable Speaker, we need to order an audit. 774 billion shillings. What has it done thus far? Because that is money that has gone. Each time they come here, they ask for more money. Money for supervision, money for what? Can we have a proper audit of this money? Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, our parliamentary chambers, the new ones being constructed across. Each time there's a contentious issue like there's going to be in the coming few days, this place will be full. People will be sitting on each other's laps and so on, because of the holding capacity here, which is too small. And so there's been a plan for the last couple of years to build chambers, new chambers there, and offices. Honorable Speaker, it concerns me that Parliament pays plenty of money on an annual basis to rent space, office space for members of Parliament, for staff, in buildings that are neighboring Parliament here. Because there's not enough space here for all the 500 plus MPs and the numerous staff that we have. And yet, ROCO, which has continuously been given free money, in addition to that it is paid for the work that it ought to be doing, has not delivered. Why are we paying money to landlords neighboring us for office space? And yet that problem could have been sorted if these new chambers were completed. Honorable Speaker, I think it would be good for Parliament to get an update on these chambers, because actually that would be a nugatory expenditure. You are paying landlords and yet you should be occupying your own premises. That is improper. I hope that we can get an update so that we stop spending that money. It should be doing something else, honestly. Thank you.
Honorable Musasisi, as one of the commissioners, I'm going to ask you to give Parliament an update. I am going to ask you to give an update on Tuesday on the parliamentary chambers. So, yes, on Tuesday.
Much obliged,
can
Madam
somebody
Speaker.
first say something, then I come to you. Yes. Honorable Seko, Honorable Goli, and then Honorable Isaac and Honorable Musasisi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The issue I'm raising is known to this Parliament. We have over 200 parishes throughout the country that are not getting the parish development model. And the issue is that the Minister of Local Government had failed to gazette them. We have raised this issue before in the House here. We have written to the Minister of Local Government, and gladly, on the 24th of March, the PSST wrote to the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Local Government, to furnish them with the list of all those parishes so that they consider them in the budget. Can we know from the Minister whether the Ministry of Local Government has complied and whether those parishes have now been catered for in this budget? Thank you. Right.
Is it in the budget? Is it part of the budget? Okay. Honorable Goli.
Thank you very much. Mine basically is on the strategy. I've seen the allocation of the budget fairly satisfactory, particularly related with PDM and all these commercial agriculture-related issues. My only challenge is how is the strategy, particularly the allocation you have given, say, for UDB, have you clearly made it in such a way that the manufacturing sector, which you're supposed to work with, is clearly working with those who are supporting PDM so that it can provide the market and develop it and use that money well? My challenge is money is just allocated, but the strategy has not been made to make the best use of resources, how we allocate them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We had also asked for a list of loans from UDB, and we want to know how the loans are performing. And to date, we have not received it, and yet we are giving UDB money. Yes, Isaac. And
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the Chair Committee for finally confirming that our elections will take place by providing the 450 billion. Secondly, Madam Speaker,
some of us would wish elections not to take place.
the Chair has confirmed that it will take place now. The money is available. Madam Speaker, the Committee of Health did actually put in a requisition within its sectoral committee recommendations that the constituencies which had not been allocated ambulances be provided with funds to the Ministry of Health. But to my surprise, this has been omitted. That means that the constituencies will not be able to get the ambulances which were supposed to be provided because
the ambulances have been allocated. All you need to do is to get the schedule of which place is getting an ambulance.
Yes.
Chair, isn't that what you say, the money for ambulances has been given?
Right, Honourable
Some of
Speaker.
them.
Right, Honourable Speaker, it's completely not there.
Honorable Remigio said the ambulances. Remigio said the ambulances had been.
They told us they are working out a project where they will fund the procurement of the ambulances, but it's not there in this budget. So the minister can give more light on that. Thank you.
Right, Honourable Speaker.
Let's first correct. What did the Vice say? Vice, you said.
Madam Speaker, the proposal by the Committee of Budget and this House for the procurement of 158 ambulances was rejected. Instead, 25 billion was provided for the upgrade of ongoing construction of the Health Center 3s and Health Center 4s across the country.
In your original statement, you said we are happy they have provided money for ambulances. At least I had, and I was very excited.
Madam Speaker, I beg to be corrected. That is the figure I can say of
Okay,
25 billion for upgrading of health centers, and 0 for ambulances and fuel.
Honorable Musasi.
Right.
Isaac, I thought you had finished. Okay.
Yes, right, Honourable Speaker, I sit on the Health Committee, and I remember vividly that the Minister of Health came and brought that request in. And then lastly, Madam Speaker, of course, I still stand disappointed that Nebi Zombo Road has still not been funded in this budget, despite the 5 years we've been calling for this road. It remains the only border custom that is not tarmacked in Uganda, despite it bringing revenue. The Goli and Padea customs, it has still not been brought. Thank you.
Christine, then Henry.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, in this year that we are going to conclude, we discussed about the creation of the new administrative units in terms of the allocation of money for roads. And the recommendation was that each administrative unit, whether old or new, should be given money independently. But Right Honourable, it was not implemented. I hope now that we are making a new budget and money for roads is being allocated, Ministry of Finance should take note and actually ensure that each administrative unit, whether old or new, gets its own money for proper implementation of the road fund. Thank you.
Henry.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I wish to express my gratitude to colleagues for supporting us in this budget process since September to date. Madam Speaker, arising from this debate, I wish to respond as follows. One, the leader of opposition raises a concern about escalating domestic arrears. Whereas it is true that the domestic arrears stood at 13 trillion as per the Auditor General's report, we offset this included the obligation by which we offset, and the balance remained 5.2 trillion. When we remove the budget for this year of 1.4, we remain with 3.8, which we plan to settle in the next 3 years. We have provided 1.4 trillion, yes, This leaves the balance of 3.8 trillion, which we plan to settle in the next 3 years. Madam Speaker, this is over and above the 600 billion which we have provided under Ministry of Works to settle the outstanding certificates. On Rubowa, also from the leader of opposition, what has been released is part of the project cost which was approved by Parliament. There is nothing we are doing in Rubowa which was not approved by this House. I know that the project initially faced challenges, but as the Speaker has stated, the project is now moving steadily, and there is no expenditure we are making at Rubowa which is outside the project cost. Madam Speaker, on electricity, I wish to inform the House that the budget under Ministry of Energy is increasing by 115 billion for financial year 2025-2026 compared to this financial year. Madam Speaker, I think these were on Parliamentary Commission budget. I will respond. No, I will not respond. I will present a report on Tuesday as you have guided, Mr. Speaker. On the ambulances, it is true that in this budget, we have not been able to make a provision, but we are making a project. This is a quite big cost, which we want to. Yesterday when I appeared before the committee, I was able to explain, and the committee understood. They didn't agree, but they understood our situation, and they cleared me to proceed and look for another source of financing instead of using GOU direct funding. Madam Speaker, I want to pray that Parliament considers our budget estimates so that we are able to continue providing services to the people of Uganda. Rural electrification, I answered. I answered that under Ministry of Energy, we have increased the budget by 115 billion. Out of that, there's a significant portion which is going for rural electrification. Minister of Local Government can answer that. For me, I can only respond to the extent of the coded parishes which are in the system. The rest of the new parishes, I am not competent enough to respond to that.
Honorable Minister, I have just said here that the PSST wrote to the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Local Government, on the 24th of March, asking, because the concern had reached you people in the Ministry of Finance, asking the PS, Minister of Local Government, to furnish Ministry of Finance with a list of those parishes that have not been captured, so that the Ministry of Finance can factor them in the budget, so that the people begin getting parish
Thank
development.
you. There was an
revolving
issue
fund.
on Attorney General. Yes.
Honorable, and to clarify it further, because like I said, the Attorney General promised here to avail those agreements, valuation reports and so on. But also we have consistently been asking for a clear modus operandi from government on bailouts, so that people get to know this is the channel, this is how I reach out to whoever for a bailout. Because If that does not happen, then it will be friends, relatives, in-laws, outlaws of powerful people in government that get bailout. Because many people, for example, suffered through COVID. Businesses closed, some are still grappling with loan challenges, and so they also would want to benefit from a bailout. Where do they apply? Thank you.
AG.
Right Honorable Speaker, I thought I'd actually send these documents, but I'm going to check and find out what the status is. Actually, I thought I had done that.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, you are finished? Thank you, honorable members. We've listened to everything. I now put a question that the House approves the proposed annual budget for financial year 2025-2026. Those in favor, stand the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Item 5 on the order paper.
You're going to hurt yourself by making all that noise.
Item 5 on the order paper. Motion that the House resolves itself into a committee of supply for the consideration and approval of the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 2025-2026.
Hansard, I want you to capture all the sheets, all the figures for all the votes, and you will be looking at the totals of all those votes. After all, they will be captured. Honorable members, having approved the previous motion, the House will now progress to supply the actual budget. Allocation for each vote pursuant to Rule 158 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. I will now invite the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to move a motion to that effect.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move a motion for the House to resolve itself into a committee of supply to approve the budget estimates for financial year 2025-2026.
Seconded. Seconded, Juliet, Isaac, Eseno, Honorable Achia, Honorable Polot, Honorable Karamoja Fayers, Honorable Katesh, Honorable Mara, Alanyo, Nekesa, Honorable Afande behind there, Milton, Honorable Masiko, Honorable Mapenduchi, Honorable Tembule, you just by the whole site. Even Honorable Bahat. Honorable members, the Budget Committee presented its report, and the figures therein are the ones we are going to supply, and we've reached a consensus on both sides that we will capture all the figures and we will go by the subtotals. That is our consensus, and then we'll vote the figures, the subtotals, which will be a total of all the votes. Honorable members, I now put a question that the House resolves itself into a committee of supply for consideration and approval of the estimate of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 2025-2026. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Committee of Supply. recurrent expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026, votes 001 to 029, vote 132 to 135, vote 137 to 139, vote 141 to 148, vote 150 to 159, vote 163 to 169, central government.
You Stanley, you had something?
Madam Chair, I moved proposals that we reallocate money given to the following items, and I will invite you to put this matter to a vote. The items are travel inland, 976 billion, consultancy, 633 billion, special meals and drinks, 492 billion, fuel, 450 billion, workshops, 296, welfare and entertainment, 207, vehicle maintenance, 171 billion, donation, 168 billion, advertising and public relations, 166 billion, beddings, clothing and footwear, 142 billion, travel abroad, 138 billion, vehicle acquisition, 96 billion, books, periodicals and newspapers, 71 billion, furniture and fittings, 54 billion. And the proposal was that this money is reallocated to health, education, and roads, especially because, I mean, look at Murago, no staffing. So that is my proposal, for which I invite you, Chair, to put the question.
Honourable members, I want to refer you to Article 155(4). At the time before Parliament considers the estimates of revenue and expenditure laid before it, by or on the authority of the President, an appropriate committee of Parliament may discuss and review the estimates and make appropriate recommendation to Parliament. Which committee you're part of? The committee, you did that, and I don't think we should actually go back and do the work of the committee.
Honourable Speaker, I wanted to clarify, especially for the Hansard, because you have said that by consensus on both sides, we have agreed to, maybe you clarify it properly, because to pass the budget, okay. Because one, we have a minority report, so we are opposed to the majority report. By the way, we even produced an alternative budget, a copy of which should have come to your office. So I think the idea is that we are here to vote, and on our end we are ready to vote no. I hope when the nays are loud enough, they will have their day. So the idea is I think the consensus is about we are here.
Our consensus is on the methodology of supply.
But not that
not
I am conceding to the budget as
it is. On
I wanted to clarify that.
A methodology of the supply. That's what we have agreed. Even if you vote no, if you have the nays have it, you will take it.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I have an issue with the guidance you have given to this House. The interpretation would be that the Committee of Budget is superior to Parliament.
No, it's not.
The
it
reason
acts
why,
on behalf
yes,
of Parliament.
Yeah, if a member of Parliament or anybody goes to the committee and the ideas are not accepted, the appellant provision is that they can come to the House and try to persuade the House. If the House agrees, it carries the day. If it rejects, so the Honourable Semuju cannot be completely shut down. His provisions, his suggestions can be subjected to a vote. That would be the...
Honourable Musasisi, what do you think about his suggestions? about his suggestions. You people, on reallocation. Yes, okay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. Right Honorable Chair, we process this budget through a number of steps, and the last stage is consolidation by the Budget Committee. Then we come here for consideration and approval. Madam Chair, if a member is not satisfied with what the committee has recommended, a member has a right to bring his proposal. And once the proposal is brought, the same way we consider bills, a question is put. And if it depends, like in my opinion, I strongly oppose what you have suggested. It is your right to propose, but it's also it is my right to strongly oppose. And Madam Speaker, I propose that a question be put on his proposal.
Madam Chair, before you put a...
Honorable members, we are going to look sharply. We are just going to put a question that we don't even know the figures that we are putting a question on. You get it? We don't know the figures that we are putting on. We don't know where the money is coming from. There must be a debit and credit.
For that clarity, Madam Speaker, Chair, I wish to clarify as follows. If a member is satisfied with a certain vote, a certain allocation in the vote, you mention the vote and the figure you are unsatisfied with. And in this case, he didn't mention, he just generalized the inland, travel abroad. And I want to move that since the member has not been able to
Honorable members,
give us details, I want to move that his proposal be rejected.
Katesh.
Right Honorable members, Right Honorable Speaker and members, we have a risk of falling into Honorable Semuju's trap because
it doesn't have a trap.
Okay.
Doesn't have a trap.
Okay, I withdraw trap. He has presented a proposal that I have said it. He has presented figures. We do not know the source. He has not cross-referenced where this source of these figures are coming from and votes, and he's just proposing that we just reject, because among these figures, for example, is travel inland. I am aware that Honorable Semuju, who is a member of our committee and is a member of other sector committees, travels under this particular
Honorable members,
expenditure.
I'm going to put a question. Those in favor of the proposal of Honorable Semuju to reallocate, say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The nays have it. Honorable members, I propose the question. Honorable members, I now propose a question that a total sum of shillings 16 trillion 700. Honorable members, I am reading figures, and being an accountant, I am very careful with the issues of figures. I don't want to miss up on even one single figure. I now propose the question that a total sum of shillings 16 trillion 758 billion 148 million 469,000 be provided for under vote 001 to 029, 132 to 135, 137 to 139, 141 to 148, 150 to 159, 163 to 169. Central government as a recurrent expenditure for financial year 2025-2026. Those in favor? I now put a question. I now put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 16 trillion 758 billion 148 million 469,000 be provided for under vote 001 to 029, vote 132 to vote 139, vote 137 to vote 139, vote 141 to vote 148, vote 150 to vote 159, vote 163 to vote 169. Central government as recurrent expenditure for financial year 2025-2026. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Recurrent expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026, votes 401 to 422, referral hospitals.
I now propose a question that the total sum of shillings 425 billion 483 million 466,000 be provided for under vote 401 to 402, 422 referral hospitals as recurrent expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026. I now put a question that the total sum of shillings 425 billion 483 million 466,000 be provided for under vote 401 to 422 referral hospitals as recurrent expenditure for financial year 2025-2026. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Recurrent expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026, votes 501 to 538, foreign missions.
I now put a question. I now propose a question that a total sum of shillings 443 billion 410 million 887,000 be provided for under vote 501 to vote 538 missions abroad as a recurrent expenditure for financial year 2025-2026. I now put a question that the total sum of shillings 344 billion 510 million 700,000 be provided for under vote 501 to 538 missions abroad as recurrent expenditure for financial year 2025-2026. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Recurrent expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026, local governments, votes 601 to 610, 701 to 731, 801 to 935.
I now propose a question that a total sum of shillings 4,956,988,639,000 be provided for under votes 601 to 610, 701 to 731, 801 to 935. Local governments as recurrent expenditure for financial year 2025-2026. I now put a question that the total sum of shillings 4,956,988,639,000 be provided for under the votes 601 to to 610, 701 to 731, 801 to 935, local governments as recurrent expenditure for financial year 2025-2026. Those in favor sign the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Total recurrent expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026.
I now propose a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 22 trillion 385 billion. I now propose a question that a total sum of shillings 22 trillion 385 billion 31,461,000 be provided for as a total recurrent expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026. I now put a question that the total sum of shillings 22 trillion 385 billion 31,461,000 be provided for as a total recurrent expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Please capture all the figures for all the votes.
Development expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026. Central government, votes 001 to 023, 110 to 169, 301 to 313, 401 to 402.
I now propose the question that the total sum of shillings 17 trillion 917 billion 878 million 81,000 be provided for under vote 001 to 023, vote 110 to vote 169, vote 301 to vote 313, vote 401 to vote 402 as central government development expenditure for financial year 2025-2026. I now put a question that a total sum of 17 trillion 917 billion 878 million 81,000 be provided for votes 001 to 023, vote 110 to vote 169, vote 301 to vote 313, vote 401 to vote 402 as central government development expenditure for financial year 2025-2026. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Development expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026. Votes 403 to 422 referral hospitals.
I now propose a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 20 billion 95,009. I now propose a question that a total a sum of Uganda shillings 20 billion 95 million 943,000 be provided for under vote 403 to 422 referral hospitals as development expenditure for financial year 2025-2026. I now put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 22 billion 95 million 20 billion 95 million 945,000 be provided for under vote 403 to 422 referral hospitals development expenditure for financial year 2025-2026. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Development expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026. Votes 501 to 538 missions abroad.
I now propose a question that total sum of Uganda shillings 55,690,000 be. I now propose the total sum of Uganda shillings 55,690,000 be provided for under vote 501 to 539 missions abroad as development expenditure for financial year 2025-2026. I now put a question that Uganda shillings 55,690,000 be provided for under vote 501 to 538 missions abroad as development expenditure for financial year 2025-2026. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Development expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026. Local governments, votes 601 to 610, 701 to 731, 801 to 935.
I now put a question that total sum of Uganda shillings 16 billion. 616 billion. Omara. I now propose a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 616 billion 717 million 890,000 be provided for under vote 601 to 610, 701 to 731, 801 to 935. Local governments as a development expenditure for financial year 2025-2026. I now put a question that the total sum of Uganda shillings 616 billion 717 million 890,000 be provided for under vote 601 to 610, vote 701 to 731, vote 801 to 935. Local governments as a development expenditure for financial year 2025-2026. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Total development expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026.
I now propose a question that the total sum of Uganda shillings 18 trillion 610 billion 381 million 913,000 be provided for as a total development expenditure for financial year 2025-2026. I now put a question that the total sum of Uganda shillings 18 trillion 610 billion 381 million 913,000 be provided for as a total expenditure, a total development expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Statutory expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026.
I now propose a question that the total sum of Uganda shillings 31 trillion 381 billion 68 million 128,000 be provided for as statutory expenditure for financial year 2025-2026. I now put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 31 trillion 381 billion 68 million 128,000 be provided for as statutory expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
grand total expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026.
I now propose a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 72 trillion 376 billion 481 million 502,000 be provided for as a grand total expenditure for financial year 2025-2026. I now put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 72 trillion 376 billion 481 million 502,000 be provided for as a grand expenditure for financial year 2025-2026. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for the resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the House resumes and the Committee of Supply reports thereto.
I put a question that the House resumes and the Committee of Supply reports thereto. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of Supply.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of Supply has considered the budget, the proposed annual budget for financial year 2025-2026 and approved it.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of Supply.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the report from the Committee of Supply be adopted.
I put a question that the report of the Committee of Supply be adopted by this House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Minister, honorable members, Budget Committee Chair and Chair, Vice, and all the members and the whole House, the Leader of Opposition, Shadow Justice, Shadow Finance, I want to congratulate all of you and thank you for going through this process and more. And Attorney General, thank you for the legal advice. Forever indebted to you. Speaker's Office, as Speaker's Office, we are grateful that we have gone through this process. Over to you. Over to you.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for the guidance. It has been a unique process this year, how we have processed our budget. And I want to thank the Minister and members of the House that we went through a very unique process where we went through the process of harmonization and consultation, especially with the Ministry of Finance. In a special way, I want to thank my colleagues, members of the Budget Committee. Colleagues, thank you for your patience. We know what we went through. Yes, Honorable Ssemujju Nganda raised a number of issues in his minority report. Yes, it is true.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item.
Yes,
Next
Madam Chair.
item. Next item.
Item 6 on the order paper, Bill second reading, the Appropriation Bill 2025.
Honorable Achi, I was just telling you to greet your people and thank your people. Honorable members, you recall on 27th March, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development tabled an appropriation bill 2025. For the first reading, the bill was referred to the Committee of Budget and it's now ready. And pursuant to Article 156 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Rule 159 of the Rules of Procedure, the Minister of Finance is hereby invited to move a motion to the effect.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the appropriations bill, I beg to move that the appropriation bill 2025 be read for the second time.
Seconded. Appropriation bill seconded by Ekanya, by Kavanda. Ekanya. Second reading. I thought you're senior in Parliament. By the whole House, apart from Odura and Lope and the Shadow. By the whole House. Yes.
Madam Speaker, the object of this bill is to provide for authorization of public expenditure from the Consolidated Fund of a sum of 40,749,425,441,000 shillings only to meet the expenditure for financial year ending 30th June 2026 and to appropriate the surplus granted. I submit.
Thank you. Honorable Chair. Honorable members, what we are doing now, we are only basically putting what we have passed into a bill. That is an appropriation bill. And basically that is that. And I will put a question that the appropriation bill 2025 be read the second time. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The appropriation bill 2025, bills committee stage. Clause 1.
I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Aye. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Aye. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
I put a question that clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Aye. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I put a question that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say the contrary nay. Aye. The ayes have it.
Schedule.
I put a question that the schedule stands part of the bill. For clarity, the schedule is as per what we have just supplied. Honorable Minister, you move for an insertion of the new schedule. Okay.
Madam Speaker and honorable members, I move that the Appropriation Bill 2025 be passed by this House with amendment schedules. That, yes, yeah. Yes. The amendments are Schedule A and Schedule B. Madam Speaker, I move that the schedules in the Appropriation Bill 2025 be replaced by Supply Schedule A on recurrent budget estimates as we have just passed, and Supply Schedule B on development expenditure for appropriation for 2025-26 as we have just passed. I beg to move.
And the grand total, which has an effect on clause 2, which will be handled. I put a question that the schedule be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have
The
it.
schedule as amended.
I put a question that the schedule as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. I've not answered.
The title doesn't have to change. The title doesn't have to change. Appropriation Act.
Appropriation Act.
No, this is the long title. We're talking about this title.
This one. Honorable members, the title, the long title, has also changed to reflect the total amount that has been passed, with a corresponding effect on clause 2.
Madam Chair.
That will be done on drafting.
Madam Chair, I want to propose that the long title of the bill, which states the figure for appropriation, be amended to reflect the figure in the supply schedule.
Thank you. I put a question with a corresponding effect on clause 2.
That one is consequential.
I put a question that the title be amended as proposed by the Minister of Finance. Those in favor say and contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Madam Chair, I beg to move.
Question on the proposal.
The title as amended.
I put a question that the title as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, I beg to move a motion for resumption of the House and the Committee of the Whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House resumes and the Committee of the Whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the bill entitled the Appropriation Bill 2025 and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the report from the Committee of the Whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the report of the committee of the whole house be adopted by this house. Those in favor say and the contrary. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading, the Appropriation Bill 2025.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to move that the Appropriation Bill 2025 be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Appropriation Bill 2025 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say and the contrary. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Appropriation Act 2025.
Title settled and the bill passed. Honorable members, I want to thank you so much for going through this process. And I want to thank the Leader of Opposition for agreeing on the methodology that has made us finish so early, too early. And too early because we would have finished at midnight. And I want to thank everybody who has participated, Jonah, Semuju, all the members here, and most especially Honorable Musasisi for giving all his time for this process. We want to thank you so much. We want to thank you so much, and the Committee of Budget, all sectoral committees. We want to thank you for this. And may the good Lord bless all of you.
Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for steering this process from the start to the end. Colleagues, join me in appreciating the Speaker for steering us very well in this process. Madam Speaker, the national budget is a process that goes through 9 months with a number of stages. It is at this point that I want to thank His Excellency the President for providing us guidance at every stage we went through in consideration of this budget. I want to thank my colleagues in Cabinet, led by the Vice President, the Leader of Government Business, and all the ministers for the support they have given this process. I want to thank our colleagues in Parliament, in all committees, for cooperating with us in this entire process. Madam Speaker, most important to note, and what I'm happy about, is that I made a commitment that this budget will be highly consultative and we shall listen to the proposals made by Parliament, especially on the budget framework paper.
Thank you.
I proudly stand here to say that we cannot take everything, but as the chair said, about 4 trillion shillings have come from the recommendations made by Parliament. Lastly, I want to thank the Leader of Opposition for making my life easier today.
Easier.
He accepted us to use the approach. He allowed the approach that enabled us finish by 5. We would have gone up to 10 p.m., but because of his understanding, we have been able to finish early. Madam Speaker, thank you so much. And are we debating?
Honorable Eki, we have been seated here from 10.
10.
Actually, we've been in Parliament from 8.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. And I know I may not get another chance in this session to speak. I want to wish all those who are going for primaries the best.
Thank you. Law.
Right, Honourable Speaker, as it has happened, the majority have had their way, but the minority have had their say. And for me, that's very important. So I want to appreciate colleagues on this end, that we have had our say, we have pushed through our thoughts. They may not have carried the day, but they have been heard. And the people of Uganda have had the alternatives that we did push through. My hope is that this document, after all the packaging and all of that has been done, will be readily available to all members of Parliament and to the public out there, so that they can follow to see what in specificity this budget gets to look like, and so that they can join us in holding government accountable. That's important. Now, for us, the budget that's been passed is not one we agree with, but it's what has been passed, and we are going to use it to hold government accountable. So no one should say, but you didn't agree to these figures, you didn't agree to, you know, well, it's what has been passed, even without objecting. So let it be available such that we can, with specificity, every step of the way, keep holding you accountable, so that the promises that have been made to the people of Uganda, however few, they can demand for each and every one of them. Thank you.
Honorable members, I really want to thank you people. Honorable Musa Sisi, there is something Honorable Dr. Yume raised. It's a very pertinent issue for this government. The 5 billion, let's go back and look for that 5 billion and give to for the organ transplant. We passed that law. It's something that is crucial. Very, very important. Instead of our people going to India, we would actually handle our people here. Let's go back and see what can be done for that. It doesn't have to come from this budget, but we will always get a way. Since we have the will, we will always have a way to that. It is also our prayer, Attorney General, that the tax bills and appropriation bill be assented to before we go for State of Nation address, before 5th. So I wish you could actually make a follow-up on the tax bills and the appropriation. And finally, before I adjourn, I also want, somebody was thanking General MK. The shadow finance was thanking MK. But we want to thank security personnel for giving us an enabling environment. I adjourned the House to Tuesday at 2.
This must have come from somewhere. I think so.